right, we are on the record. It's Judge Wish. It is July 6, 2020, and we are in BRC Courtroom 1, videoing to BRC Courtroom 2. Can I have the parties announce themselves for the record, please?
Good morning. Edith Bush for the Office of the State Attorney.
Harry Custin from the Public Defender's Office. I have Ms. Diaz here. She's going to be interning with us for the next few months.
Okay, good morning. Good morning. Welcome. Welcome to the jail. Ms. Diaz, is that?
Yes.
Okay. And then this is interpreters we're starting with?
Yes.
Okay. It's hunting. I got voicemail.
Cisco Unity Connection Messaging System. From a touch-tone telephone, you may dial an extension at any time. For a directory of extensions, press 4. Please hold for an operator.
Oh no.
Sorry, the operator is not available.
The yellow?
All right, can you hear me again?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Sorry, we had to get AV to connect us. Is the interpreter on the line? Erlene, can you call them and see if they will answer? Because I don't want that to happen again.
I don't think they're in the office, but I'll give it a try.
Okay. Because I can't connect.
Good morning. We're trying to, well, the judge is trying to connect, but.
I got
having
voicemail.
difficulty. Oh, she got her voicemail.
Mr. Murphy, is your client Brittany Osterkamp?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So,
She said, will you try again?
okay, I'm going to try again. I have to do the interpreter first, and then I will see if they'll pull your client out, okay?
Try again.
Good morning. Is the interpreter there?
Yes, can you hear her?
I can. Thank you.
The interpreter's just going to verify if the defendant can hear her.
Okay.
Sí, la
Oh,
escucho.
so it's not you.
Okay.
I can only hear you.
Yeah, yes, I was just verifying that she could hear me through the headsets.
Okay. Okay. And she can?
Yes, she can.
Okay, excellent. All right, good morning. Have you been sworn in today?
Yes. No, actually, I have not.
Okay, and then can you state your name for me and your...
This is Laura Arroyo, State Certified Interpreter.
All right, and can you raise your right hand? Do you swear to translate from English to Spanish and from Spanish to English to the best of your ability?
Yes, Laura Arroyo, State Certified Interpreter.
Okay. Good morning, ma'am. Can you tell me your name, please?
Brenda Galarza.
Brenda Garasa.
All right, ma'am, you're here in 2020 MM 4914AO. You were arrested for domestic violence battery. I do find probable cause. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Do we have any witnesses present for Miss Brenda Galarza? Looks like Duran. Nope. Okay. So, Miss Galarza, I'm going to have you sign the no contact order. I am ordering that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim. That will need to be changed in writing by a judge at another time, so your attorneys can file a motion. Do you understand everything on the no contact order?
Sí, entiendo.
Yes, I understand.
Okay. You're also going to have to maintain a separate residence from the victim. You're not to return back to, it looks like the location of where the offense is alleged to have occurred is not your residence, or is it your residence?
No, la residencia de...
Your Honor, it's the victim's residence.
Okay, so you're not to go back to the residence. And you're not to possess any weapons, any firearms, or any ammunition. Do you understand all of those things?
Entiendo.
Understood.
Okay. You also qualify for pretrial release. I'm going to place you on pretrial release. Make sure you follow those requirements with pretrial release, okay?
Entiendo.
Understood.
Thank you, ma'am. Good luck.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Miss Taylor, can we, after we do the Spanish, can you pull out Brittany Osterkamp so I can handle Mr. Murphy's case?
We already have.
Okay, thank you so much.
I'm just going to ask the correctional officer to move one of the mic in front of him away, so that way they're not interfering, please. Thank you.
All right, good morning, sir. Please tell me your name.
Avelino Ramírez Viviescas.
Avelino Ramirez de Viescas.
All right, Mr. Ramirez Viviescas, you're here in 2020 CT 4171. You're arrested for no valid driver's license. I do find probable cause, and I will appoint the public defender. He has no history, and he looks like he's a citizen of Mexico. I don't know if resolving the case today would be in his best interest, Mr. Custon. I don't know if you think that resolving the case today would be a good idea for him. There may be some other avenues downtown.
Your Honor, I can't tell about that at this point. I just see there's no hold. If we could advise him. Mr. Ramirez, if you would like to resolve your case today, it does subject you to deportation consequences. Are you interested in resolving your case, or would you like an attorney to look into your case and see about possibly either helping you get some sort of license or something of that nature, or would you just like to resolve the case, even understanding the possibility of deportation?
would like to pay for the fine I received.
Okay, well, sir, there's no fine that I don't know about any fine that you received. You were arrested for a criminal offense, which does have deportation consequences, possibly. And Ms. Bush, he may qualify for some sort of other form of sentence downtown. Mr. Ramirez, do you live here locally? Or do you live in Fort Lauderdale?
I live in I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm having two voices at the same time. I need to ask him not to talk when you're talking.
I'm sorry.
I didn't catch what he said.
I can't hear him, so I don't know when he's talking. So.
Oh, I see.
Vivo en Lakeland.
I live in Lakeland.
Okay. So that's not too far. So how long have you lived in Lakeland?
Como unos 8 meses.
About 8 months.
Okay. And do you work?
Sí,
Yes.
Where do you work?
trabajo allí en Lakeland también en la construcción. Ajá.
I work in Lakeland in construction.
Okay. Can you where do you get your mail?
Lo que pasa que la dirección la tenía en el teléfono y mi teléfono se quedó en la camioneta.
The thing is, I had my address saved on my phone, and my phone is in my pickup truck.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, Mr. Ramirez, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. It's very important that you get in touch with the public defender within 24 hours of your release from the jail and advise them of your correct address, as well as the clerk's office here in Orlando, okay? If you don't do that and you don't show up to court, chances are you may get a warrant for your arrest. And the only address that I have for you is a Fort Lauderdale, the 201 Southeast 6th Street. I don't have a Lakeland address for you. So can you promise me that you will do that? That you will get in touch with the public defender, give them your address and the clerk?
Ajá. Sí, se lo prometo.
Yes, I'll do that.
Okay, so I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. You're not to drive without a valid driver's license, okay, sir? Good luck.
Ok. Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you just want to announce this on the record?
I will when we get to the arraignment.
Well, he's Spanish, so that's why.
Oh, no, but yeah. If he's not being brought in, then.
No, it's not.
All right, good morning, sir. Please tell me your name.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Celestino Ramírez Mireles. Celestino Ramírez Mireles.
Good day. My name is Celestino Ramirez.
All right, Mr. Ramirez, you're here in case number 2020 CF 8156AO. You were arrested for no valid driver's license and also a DUI with 3 prior convictions. And I do find probable cause for those offenses, and I will appoint the public defender to represent you. You cannot drive without a valid driver's license. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. The bond will stay at $500 on count 1, $5,000 on count 2, and also random urinalysis through pretrial release. So you'll need to comply with any requirements that they may give you to come in and get tested for any drugs or alcohol, sir. Okay?
Ajá. ¿Sí, está bien?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, good luck, sir. Thank you. Is that all the Spanish we have?
Yes.
Okay. All right, can I have, Madam Interpreter, can I have you just make an announcement in the gallery? If anybody needs the interpreter, Spanish interpreter, to please raise their hand. There's some people I can't see, so if somebody out there could let me know if somebody does.
Yes, of course, Your Honor. Si hay alguien en el público que requiere una traductora en español, por favor, levante la mano.
Nope, okay. Thank you, Madam Interpreter. Have a
You're
good
welcome,
day.
Your Honor.
All right.
The interpreter will disconnect.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then I think is this Miss Osterkamp?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Murphy, I'm not sure which of any of these microphones work. Hopefully they're picking you up.
Hello.
All right, I think that's on, okay. And so, Mr. Murphy, are you filing or have you filed a notice of appearance for Miss Osterkamp?
We are, Your Honor. We just came on the case yesterday afternoon, so I
Okay.
don't know that the paperwork's going through, but
I just want to make sure.
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, and so can you tell me your full name, ma'am?
Brittany Ann Osterkamp.
All right, Ms. Osterkamp, you're here in 2020 MM 4891AO. You arrested for battery, domestic violence. I do find probable cause for that offense, and Mr. Murphy's indicating that he's going to be representing you in your case. We do have a witness present. Sir, can you raise your right hand to be sworn in? And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yeah, get it close to the microphone. That would be great.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. And then, Ms. Bush, did you wish to inquire?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Delgado, is it?
Yes, correct.
Mr. Delgado, how long have you been in a relationship with Miss Osterkamp?
8 months.
And are you afraid of her?
No, not at all. I feel very safe around her.
Do you all reside in the same home?
Yes, ma'am, we have a lease together.
And do you have any concerns for your safety if she comes back to the home?
Not at all. I feel very safe with her.
Over the course of the 8 months, has there been any other violence in your relationship?
No.
And if something like this were to happen again in the future, would you be comfortable calling law enforcement?
Yes.
All right. I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Murphy, do you have questions for Mr. Delgado?
Your Honor, that pretty well summed it up. I was just going to point out what I think you can see, the court can see in the report, was that he wasn't even the one who called the police. It was Ms. Osterkamp, and I guess it was over some items being thrown out. But in the charging affidavit, in the police report, Mr. Delgado says that he's not interested in pursuing any charges, and I believe that he agrees with that here today. He did reach out to our office, and we discussed it yesterday, potentially filling out a declination of prosecution and following up with it in that case. But main concern for Mr. Delgado, as well as Ms. Osterkamp, because I've spoken with her as well, is making sure that they can continue to be with each other in the residence because they share a lease.
They share the residence.
They do share the residence, yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
there's no children in common, correct?
Correct. No children.
Mr. Delgado, do you think drugs or alcohol had any involvement in what happened?
Your Honor, it was 4th of July. We may have had one or two drinks, but not more than that, Your Honor.
Okay, and you're telling me that you're absolutely not in any fear of Miss Osterkamp whatsoever?
No, Your Honor, not at all.
Okay. So my concern, Mr. Murphy, is that there's injuries, there's bleeding, there's a tennis-sized bruise on the back of tennis ball-sized bruise on the back of his neck. Law enforcement says that he's been drinking, acting out of character. The victim's arm was bleeding, lip was bleeding, and then I guess the defendant made some statements that she was aware of the injuries, but they were not caused from a night prior. So I don't know what happened. But I'm gonna allow contact. It's non-hostile, non-violent contact. Ms. Osterkamp, if you violate any of that, meaning you can't get physical with Mr. Delgado, you can't be disrespectful to him, You can't call him names. You can't get in his face. If things get heated, you walk away.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? If you get arrested, again, for any type of offense, that would violate the conditions of your release, and you could be held at no bond. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm also going to order that you're not to possess any weapons, any firearms, or any ammunition. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or any illegal substances without a valid prescription. So no drinking whatsoever.
Absolutely.
Anything else that anyone wanted to put on the record?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Summer? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Delgado.
Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right. Good luck.
Your Honor, are you releasing her on
Oh, I'm
PTR?
sorry. And I'm going to place her in pretrial release. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. All right. Please tell me your name.
Gabriel Aaron Clements.
All right, Mr. Clements, this looks like it was a reset from yesterday, or no, from the 3rd, and it's 2020 CF 8103AO. You were arrested for tampering with a witness to hinder communication to law enforcement, 2 counts of battery, domestic violence, and resisting an officer without violence. I do find probable cause for those offenses, and I will appoint the public defender. We have witnesses present, 2 in the box. Can you each individually raise your right hands to be sworn in? And I'll need you to get, when you're speaking, close to the microphone, okay? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then can you each individually state your names for the record and spell your last name for me?
Melanie Clements, Klements.
Patty Singleton, Singleton.
All right. And Ms. Bush, did you wish to inquire?
Thank you, Your Honor. The first question, I'm sorry, ma'am, I did not get your name.
Patty Singleton.
Patty Singleton and
Melanie Clements.
Melanie Clements. The first question, Ms. Clements, what is your relationship with Gabriel?
I'm his mother.
And Patty Singleton.
I'm his stepmom.
And first question, Ms. Clements, are you afraid of Mr. Clements?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Singleton,
Yes, ma'am.
do you want to have continued contact with him?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
And does he live with either of the 2 of you?
He lives with both of us.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
All right. Ms. Custon, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, thank you.
Can I say
Yeah,
something?
sure, absolutely.
My son is a diagnosed paranoid schizophrenic. That is not on his pills.
I'm sorry.
He's not on his medication.
Okay.
He'll go into a facility, he'll be on them, and then as soon as he comes out, and he was actually Baker acted a week ago. The day that he got out Tuesday, he didn't go on his meds again, and this is what happened from that. I don't think my son needs to be in jail. I think he needs to be in a mental facility.
Okay. I can't order him into a mental facility. That would have to go, if he were to be ordered into treatment, it would have to be a court ordering him after the state files charges, and there's a whole process with that. So I can't order him anywhere. I mean, you can go through the state and do a Baker Act or a Marchment, whatever you think is it appropriate. I can't give you legal advice. You can call the state attorney's office. They can give you a little bit of guidance there.
Okay.
Or you can call an attorney on your own.
Thank you, ma'am.
But I do understand what you're saying. Is he prescribed medication at this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and he's not taking it.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And he does live with you, you said.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And does he own any firearms?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Mr. Clements, I am going to order that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victims in the case. I'm going to have you sign the no contact order form. Did you understand everything on that form?
Yes, ma'am. I understood everything you said.
Okay. You're also going to have to maintain a separate residence. So does he have things at the residence?
He is closed, yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to let him come back with law enforcement one time to get those things. If he's not with law enforcement, that's in violation of the court order. So, Mr. Clements, you must be with law enforcement. You got to call them ahead of time. Don't go to the house and wait for them. They'll tell you where to go to meet them. And then they'll go with you and escort you to the house to get your things, okay?
No, ma'am.
Yes.
He is homeless. I mean, where would they?
I can't order. Well, you're telling me you don't want contact
I understand.
with him.
I understand.
And you're telling me that you're in fear of him.
Yes, ma'am.
So he can't live at the residence that you live at.
Okay,
Okay? So
I understand.
he has a public defender. He can contact the public defender's office and they can reach out to social service agencies. And even within their office, they have social workers that can work with him to help him find some sort of housing.
Okay.
There are homeless shelters. There are places that people can go. It's a matter of him being away from the residence, okay? So, and especially if you're not feeling safe, okay? So I'm not going to let him go back there. Only with law enforcement. Do you understand, Mr. Clements?
Yes.
Okay. So you're not to possess or consume any alcohol or any illegal substances without a valid prescription, but you must take all medication as prescribed by your doctor. Okay, so the medications that you take must be the ones that you are prescribed by your doctor. And you're not to possess any weapons or firearms or any ammunition.
Understood.
Okay, I am going to set the bond on count 1 at $2,500. Count 2 and 3 will be $500. Count 4 will be $100. And Mr. Clements is out on bond. Looks like he's represented by Ms. Kendall Horween in that case, and it's a violation of probation.
That's correct.
He received a bond on that case. I think it was $3,500. It was, and then he bonded out on June, a little less than a month ago.
Yeah, I bonded him out.
Okay. So at this time, I am going to revoke that release, and he does have an attorney in the case. So if you want to contact Mr. Horween and let him know that he's in jail, if you wanted to do that,
I did already.
You can do that. Okay. So he will, if he's already aware of that, he will do what he needs to do, whether that be file a bond motion, come down here and talk to him. But I am going to revoke that release in 2019 CF 12751AO at this time. And so Mr. Horween, I'm sure will get on whatever he needs to do. Okay. All right, Mr. Clements, do you understand everything?
I understand.
Okay. Good luck, sir. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good luck. All right, please tell me your name.
Jose G. Mateo.
All right, Mr. Mateo, you're here in 2020 CF 810580. You were arrested for false imprisonment, domestic violence, resisting an officer without violence, and domestic violence battery. I do find probable cause for those offenses, and was the PD appointed yesterday or no? PD was appointed yesterday. So they're already, it looks like the victim testified here, and the only note I have is that no hostile contact was requested yesterday by the victim. Okay. So I know nothing more than that. Mr. Mateo, based on my review of the affidavit, I am going to order no contact. I'm going to have you sign the no contact order form. That can be changed in writing by a judge at a later date, okay, by your attorney. Did you understand everything on that form?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You're also going to maintain a separate residence from the victim. If you need to return back there to get anything, you must be with law enforcement, okay? So you call them.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
He is not living already there.
I'm sorry?
He is not living already there.
If he's not living there, then you can go back there, okay?
Okay.
If he's living there, then you cannot live there, okay?
Okay,
I
ma'am.
just ordered maintain separate residences.
It's no problem about that.
Okay.
I
But if for
understand.
some reason he's there, I'm going to give you the opportunity to go back with law enforcement. I put that in there as a, to make sure that you have the ability to go back and get your things should you need to. Okay?
Okay, ma'am, thank you.
You're not to possess any weapons, any firearms, or any ammunition. And I do show a note in pretrial releases note saying that the alleged victim was moving to his brother's house. Okay, so it's likely that he's at the brother's house. So just, make sure he's not there before you go back there. And I'm going to place you in pretrial release, Mr. Mateo. Make sure that you comply with the court orders as well as their conditions, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Your Honor, the next person on the docket, Alicia McCallan, medical.
Okay, this was medical yesterday. I don't know why it was it was medical on the 3rd. She has bonds, so what I'm gonna do is, it's a Polk County warrant. She has $2,000, a total of $4,000 bonds. The PD was previously appointed on the 3rd, so they already represent her. My guess is that if she's not able to bond out, it'll come back on the docket as a status hearing, and the public defender's office can always file a bond motion reduction for her in this county. So those bonds are stayed. I don't know why this is set. All right, please tell me your name.
Anastasia Dirks.
All right, Ms. Dirks, you're here in 2020 CF 8174AO. You were arrested for battery by strangulation, domestic violence. And I do find probable cause for that offense. And I will appoint the public defender. Do we have any witnesses present? No. Okay. So, Ms. Dirks, I am going to order that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim. I'll have you sign the no contact order form, please. Did you understand I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. It is my sister, and we are on the lease together.
Well, she's not here to tell me that she wants contact with you, so
Correct.
Pursuant to the statute, I have to order no contact. That can be changed in writing.
Okay.
What I'm going to do is order that you maintain a separate residence. So I'll give you the opportunity to go back with law enforcement one time should you need to do so if she's staying at the residence. The residence is a civil matter, okay?
Right.
So I don't get involved in that. I just order that you cannot live together, okay?
Okay.
So I'll give you the opportunity to go back with law enforcement. You're not to possess weapons or firearms or any ammunition. And I'm going to place you on pretrial release. Make sure you comply with those conditions and their, as well as theirs, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, the next person on the docket, Andre Higgerson, hospital.
Okay, I am going to reset it, but however, I did note on the domestic violence case, the 2020 CF 8183AO, there's nothing in the affidavit as it relates to any domestic violence. It's basically a paragraph of an overview of the other case.
Yes, Your Honor, and the state would ask for 24 hours.
Okay, what I'm going to reset both cases for 24 hours from his release from the hospital. So the both cases will be reset.
Your Honor, we request that it be set 24 hours from now for them to have probable cause because there's no bond set on the domestic violence case.
So that's fine. I'll reset the domestic violence within 24 hours for probable cause. But I'm not making a probable cause finding on anything right now on the other case either. I'm just going to reset it.
So you want this one to come back tomorrow?
The DV will come back tomorrow. If he's out of the hospital, both will come back tomorrow. right. Good morning. Please tell me your name.
My name is Edgar Santiago.
All right, Mr. Santiago, you're here in a couple of cases. You've got 2020 MM 4905AO, and that's a battery. I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender. 2020 MM 4906AO, it's a battery, and I find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender. 2020 CF 8178AO, that's grand theft third degree and a battery domestic violence, and I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender. And an Osceola on-view violation of probation, in which I do find probable cause based on the new law offenses, and I'll appoint the public defender as well in that case. In the violation of probation, the bond will be stayed at none. Both batteries with bonds will stay at $500. Do we have any witnesses present for Mr. Santiago? No. Mr. Santiago, in 2020 CF 8178, I am going to order that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim in the case. I'll have you sign the no contact order form. Also, no witness contact as well. Did you understand everything on that form?
Yes, ma'am.
You're also to maintain a separate residence. I don't believe that you live together, correct?
Yes, we do, ma'am.
You do? Okay. If you need to go back, you must go with law enforcement. You cannot go by yourself. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You can go back and get your things one time with law enforcement. No weapons or firearms or any ammunition in that case. And the bond on count 1 will stay at 500. Count 2 will be 1,000. On the battery cases, both no contact with any victims or witnesses, no weapons or firearms or any ammunition, and no return to the scene. And then you're out on release. In 2020 MM 1009AO, I am going to revoke the release and set that bond at none. It looks like the PD was previously appointed in that case. They're going to have to file a bond motion for you, so you'll need to get in touch with them. Okay?
What was that, ma'am?
You'll need to get in touch with the public defender's office to file bond motions for you. You have a no bond in the VOP in Osceola, and then you have no bond in the out on release case that you were out on. Okay, you may.
So what do I have to do? I have to call the number and try to find a
Yes.
bond
Yes.
from my VOP.
For both of your cases,
So right now I don't have no bond.
you have three cases with bonds, and then you have 2 cases without bonds.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. So do I have to pay the first?
Yeah, he has a VOP with no bond, and then I revoked the bond on the out on bond. So that's 2 cases with no bond, and then he has 2 a battery, and then a domestic violence battery and a grand theft.
I didn't have all of that.
Okay.
Mr. Santiago, it's a public defender in the other courtroom. If you pay those bonds, you won't be going anywhere, so please contact your attorney. You can pay him if you'd like. You'd stop getting days and you won't get out. So I would suggest calling your attorney first, okay?
That's the number that's here, right? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
That's 1,000 or
Huh?
is that 1,000?
It's 1,000. Okay. All right, please. Oh.
The
Yes,
next
Ms.
person
Bailey.
on the docket, Nathaniel Shade, medical.
Okay. All right, I'm going to appoint the public, and it's medical probably not coming?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Shade is medical, 2020 CF 8158AO. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent him. Ms. Custon, did you want to formally waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so any witnesses present for Mr. Shade? No? Okay. So there's to be no contact directly or indirectly with the victim or any witness in the case. He must maintain a separate residence, and he may return with law enforcement one time. I'm sorry?
I said yes, ma'am.
Oh, I don't think this is for your case, sir. Is this Mr. Shade? I thought he was medical. Okay. All right, he's not to possess weapons or firearms or any ammunition, and DCF was contacted, so he must comply with any DCF investigation. The bond will be set at $3,500. All right, sorry, sir. Good morning. Can you tell me your name, please?
Sasha Schuschneider.
All right, Mr. Sushnar, you're here in 2020 CF 8177AO. You're arrested for battery by strangulation, domestic violence. I do find probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender. Do we have any witnesses here for this case? Nope. So, sir, I'm going to order that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim or any witnesses. I'll have you sign the no contact order. Do you understand everything on the form?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you must maintain a separate residence. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms or any ammunition.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know, it doesn't say that DCF was contacted, but the victim is a 10-year-old child, so it's possible that they were. I'm going to have you comply with any DCF investigation if there is one. And he does not qualify.
Judge, he qualifies.
He does?
He can be qualified, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So it looks like, sir, you're going to be able to be qualified for pretrial release, so you would not have to post a bond. I'm going to place you on pretrial release. Make sure you comply with those court orders, okay?
Yes, ma'am, of course.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Good morning, sir. Tell me your name, please.
Jermaine Dwayne Warren.
All right. Mr. Warren, you're here in 2020 CF 8185AO. You're arrested for a burglary of a conveyance with an assault or battery. I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender. Ms. Bush, this is a punishable by life felony. Do you wish to be heard as to bond?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, is it as a Burke conveyance?
Yes. Burke structure, Burke conveyance, Burke dwelling, all PDL.
Okay. And, Your Honor, the state would ask the court to take into consideration the arrest affidavit and to take into consideration that Mr. Warren has crimes of violence convictions in his criminal history. And based on the sworn arrest affidavit, based on the facts contained in there that were provided by his ex-girlfriend who knows him and was the victim in this matter and identified him as the perpetrator, the state would ask the court to find that proof is evident or presumption is great that Mr. Warren is the individual that reached into the victim's vehicle, did grab her by the hair, did try to drag her out of her vehicle, and hold him at no bond as to burglary of a conveyance with an assault or battery therein.
All right, Ms. Preston?
Your Honor, we leave it to the discretion of the court.
I do find proof evident presumption great. There's some other statements in here that, in terms of law enforcement hearing him yell that he would get her and that she's going to be dead. Also statements from the victim indicating that he was going to kill her. I am going to hold Mr. Warren at no bond at this time. And the PD's office can file any appropriate motions. Mr. Warren, you're not to have any contact directly or indirectly with the victim or any witnesses in the case. I'll have you sign the no contact order form. Did you understand everything contained within that form?
Can I just go, ma'am? Can I just go? This is some real bullshit. I'm not signing nothing. I just want to get up out of here.
You're refusing to
Okay, you don't have to sign it, but I'm advising you, and I'm advising you orally that you're to have no contact. So that's the only requirement is that it's oral or in writing. So because you don't sign it doesn't mean anything. You read the form, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I'll sign it. Just let me sign it.
Okay. Did you understand everything on the form?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I do.
Okay. All right. So you're not to return to the scene. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms or any ammunition. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or any illegal substances without a valid prescription. And so the public defender will have to file a bond motion for you in the case. Okay? Thank you.
Oh, no, man. You sign the paper, bro. I'm trying to ask you a question, man. I'm kind of upset right now. Can I sign the paper, ma'am? Can I sign it and go? Just let me sign it, please.
All right, Mr. Warren, I'm going to advise you, just so you understand, that everything that you say can and likely will be used against you. And
Everything's
your
fine,
attorney,
ma'am. I'm just a little
listen
upset.
to me. Listen to me. Your attorney's over here. She's probably going to tell you not to say anything on the record. So if you say anything, you say it at your own peril. Do you have a question?
Yes, ma'am. Okay,
do you understand that everything that you say can be used against you?
yes, ma'am, I do. I just have a question, ma'am.
Okay.
Now, what procedure, first of all, I want to say this. That report was really falsified. Now, my child...
Mr. Warren, this is Ari Custom. This is the public defender. I am emailing the attorney now that'll be representing you. Seriously, don't say anything right now. You can tell your attorney everything confidentially, and they can tell you how the next step is to get a bond. At this point, it's just the initial appearance, so really what the police report says isn't everything. We know that. So
Yes,
let's just make sure that you only talk to your lawyer about it and they do it the right steps so that you don't do anything you regret just in case, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. You have a blessed day.
You too.
Good luck, sir. All right, is this Mr. Corona?
Yes.
Okay, and then I think we have a co-defendant. Ms. Rivas? Ms. Rivas?
Yes.
Sorry? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right, sir, can you tell me your name, please?
Joe Corona.
All right, Mr. Corona, you're here in 2020 MM 4890AO. You're arrested for domestic violence battery, and I do find probable cause. I will appoint the public defender to represent you in your case. And ma'am, can you state your full name for the record, please?
Kaylee Rivas.
All right, Ms. Rivas, you're here in 2020 MM 4889AO. You're arrested for domestic violence battery. And I do find probable cause, and I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Mr. Corona, I'm going to start with you.
Okay.
How do you know Ms. Rivas?
Yeah.
How do you know her? Are you in a relationship?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's easier to hear yes or no than yeah. It's hard for me to hear. Okay. And are you afraid of her?
No.
Do you want to have contact with her through the pending of this case?
Yes.
Do you live together?
No.
You don't live together? You live in New York?
Yeah.
Okay, you're just here on vacation, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so back in New York, you do not live together.
No.
Okay. And do you think drugs or alcohol had any involvement in what happened?
We was drinking a little bit.
Okay. All right. And Ms. Rivas, are you afraid of Mr. Corona?
No.
Do you want to have contact with him through the pending of the case?
Yes.
Okay. And is it correct you do not live together back in New York?
Yeah, we don't live together.
Okay. And were you trespassed from the hotel or just him?
Just him.
Okay. Do you have stuff at the hotel?
Yes.
Both of you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, Ms. Bush, did you have any other additional questions?
No, Your Honor, thank
Okay,
you.
Ms. Custon, any questions? No, Your Honor. Okay. All right, I'm going to allow you all to have non-hostile, non-violent contact. So let me explain what that means. No physical contact that's inappropriate, so no punching, no kicking, no biting, no scratching, no getting in each other's face, okay? No being disrespectful, no swearing at each other, raising your voice. If things get heated and you get in an argument, you go walk away, okay?
Yes.
Take a breath, take a breather. Don't get into it with each other. I am going to order that you continue to maintain a separate residence. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or any illegal substances, no weapons or firearms or any ammunition. Mr. Corona, you were trespassed, so you have to abide by the trespass warning. My guess is, Ms. Rivas, are you able to get his belongings from the hotel for him?
Yes.
Okay, because you were not trespassed from there. Okay, so you can go back. He cannot go back. If for some reason he needs to go back to get anything, you're going to have to call the number on the whatever piece of paper they gave you for the trespass, or call law enforcement, and they may be able to escort you to get your things, but probably best for her to get them for you, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Looks like you both qualify for pretrial release. Make sure you comply with those court orders as well as what pretrial release is going to make you do, but you should be able to go back to New York. Don't miss any court dates if there are any, okay?
All right.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you tell me your name?
Deidre Galloway.
All right, Ms. Galloway, you're here in 2020 MM 4894 AO. You were arrested for domestic violence battery, and I do find probable cause for that offense. And we have a witness here. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Can you raise your right hand to be sworn in? And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you state your name for me and spell your last name?
James Owens.
Owens?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Bush, did you wish to inquire?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Owens, what is your relationship with Miss Galloway?
Girlfriend?
And do you all live together?
Yes.
Are you afraid of her?
No.
Do you want to have contact with her while the case is pending?
Yes.
How long have you been in a relationship with her?
Approximately 10 months.
And over the course of those 10 months, has there ever been any violence in your relationship?
No, ma'am.
If something like this were to happen again, would you be comfortable calling law enforcement if you felt threatened?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe that alcohol or any kind of controlled substance contributed to this behavior?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Custon?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Owens, if Miss Galloway is allowed to live with you, does she get mail to that address?
Correct. Yes.
Is the mail reliable?
Yes.
So you guys check your mail?
Yes.
And if there are future court dates, do you know if she has a way to make sure she gets there?
Yes.
And does she have a job?
Yes.
If she were to be released without paying a monetary bond, do you think she would show up to her future court dates?
Absolutely.
No further questions, Your Honor. I just request she get released ROR.
Okay. All right. So first I'm going to deal, thank you, sir, Mr. Owens. So Ms. Galloway, I'm going to allow you to have non-hostile, non-violent contact. Okay. So that means no pushing, kicking, biting, punching, scratching, getting in his face, no raising your voice, being disrespectful, saying mean things to him. Okay. Do you understand all of that?
Yes.
If things, if you get into an argument, you walk away. Okay. Until things settle down. All right. I am going to order no alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription, and you're not to possess weapons or firearms or any ammunition. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance based on she has no criminal history whatsoever. I think there's enough information via the testimony of the victim as well as what's on the face sheet to release her on her own recognizance. Make sure that you don't miss any court dates, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. They just, you know.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the next person on the docket, River Goldwire, mental health.
All right, do we have any witnesses for River Goldwire? No? Okay. All right, I am going to address Mr. Goldwire's cases. Gesundheit. It's like, sorry, I didn't know anytime anybody sneezes in their coffee, I'll just say okay. All right, so it's 2020 MM 4915AO. It's a violation of pretrial release condition on a domestic violence case. I do find probable cause. I am going to appoint the public defender's office to represent Mr. Goldwire. And so there's to be no contact directly or indirectly with the victim in the case. Not to return back to the residence. Not to possess weapons or firearms or any ammunition. I previously ordered no contact on June 22nd on the other case that he's out on release on. So I am going to revoke that release in 2020 MM 4555AO. Looks like there is an attorney on that case. The bond on that case will be set at none. On the violation of pretrial release condition, the bond will be $1,000. All right, good morning. Please tell me your name.
Gloria McGee Burrell.
All right, Miss McGee Burrell, you're here in 2020 MM 4916AO. You're arrested for domestic violence assault. And I do find probable cause for that offense, and I'll appoint the public defender. We do have a witness. Can you raise your right hand to be sworn in? And you'll have to get a little closer to the microphone probably. It's hard with a mask on, but tell me your name and spell your last name.
Jeremy Burrell. Burrell.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Thank you. All right, and then Ms. Bush, did you wish to inquire?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Burrell, how do you know Gloria McGee Burnell?
Oh, I know her?
Yes.
She's my wife.
Okay. And I'm going to lean this way so you can see me, so you can be closer to the mic. How long have you been together with her?
September coming, 3 years. We got married.
3 years?
Yeah, September coming.
Over the course of 3 years, has there been violence in your relationship in the past, whether or not it was prosecuted? Has there been any violence where law enforcement was called?
No, Mom.
And do you believe that alcohol or any kind of substance may have contributed to her behavior?
No, Mom.
Who lives at the home with you?
Just both of us live together.
So just the two of you? There are no children?
No children.
Do you want to have contact with her?
Yes, I sure.
And if something like this were to happen again, would you be comfortable, if you felt threatened again, would you be comfortable calling law enforcement?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Can
Thank
I
you,
say
sir.
something, please?
Sir?
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just some misunderstanding take place, and I wish her to come home so we can just work it out together.
Okay, Ms. Custon, do you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. Burnell. The address, you guys live together, correct?
Yeah,
Do you get mail to that address?
yeah.
And are you guys consistent at checking your mail?
Repeat, please.
Are you consistent at checking your mail?
Yeah, we check our mail.
So if you got a court date in the mail and she was allowed to return home with you, would she know that there was a court date?
Yeah, she will.
Would she show up to a future court date?
Yes, she will.
And yeah, no further questions, Your Honor. I'm also requesting ROR on her.
And Your Honor, if I may, the state does have one additional question. Mr. Burrell, you said that there's never been any violence between you two in your relationship.
Yeah.
Give me just one moment. Was law enforcement called previously to your home?
No. I know of no.
Okay. I have no further questions then. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So I'm going to allow Miss McGee Burnell, I'm going to let you have non-hostile, non-violent contact with your husband. That means, you can't throw anything at him, you can't punch him, you can't bite him, scratch him, kick him, get in his face, say mean things to him, raise your voice at him. If you get upset, you need to walk away, take a break from the situation. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. No alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. No weapons or firearms or any ammunition. And I am gonna, she does qualify for pretrial release, but I am gonna release you on your own recognizance. You need to make sure that you don't miss any court dates, okay? If there are any upcoming court dates.
Okay.
If you do miss a court date, you may get a warrant and it may be no bond, okay?
Okay.
All right. Keep in touch with the public defender.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay.
All right, good morning. Please tell me your name.
Ronaldo Mondestin.
All right, Mr. Mondestin, you're here in 2020 MM 4899 AO. You were arrested for domestic violence battery. I do find probable cause, and I will appoint the public defender. Are there any witnesses here for Mr. Mondestin? Nope. Yep. Are you telling me to hold on or saying no? Okay, I'm saying no. Okay. All right. So, Mr. Mondestin, I am going to order that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim in the case. That can be changed in writing by a judge at a later date. I'll have you sign the form. Do you understand everything on the form?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. I just wanted to get clarity.
I don't want you to. Okay, I don't want you to say anything about what may or may not have happened, any facts or any defenses. So if it's purely a question about what's on the form,
Yes, ma'am.
then I can answer that.
Is
it about your child?
Well, that as well, but me and the other person involved live in the same building.
Okay, you live in the same apartment complex?
Same apartment complex, yes, Your Honor.
All right, but is it the same building in that complex or different buildings in the complex?
Yes, Your Honor. Different floors in the same building.
Okay, so you can't go to her residence? Are they 500 feet apart?
I would say probably.
Okay.
I'm on the third.
So
She's on the second floor.
Okay, I mean, as long as I'm not going to kick you out of your home, okay, and I can't kick her out of her home. Best bet, don't go to her floor.
Understood. Just
Okay.
wanted to get clarity, Your Honor.
Keep the 500 feet contact. My guess is, as you stated, that there's 500 feet, you think, between the two of your apartments, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So that, like I said, the order can be changed, but it must be changed by a judge in writing. So if you think that, if you want to have contact, your attorney, the public defender, you'll have to reach out to them. They'll be able to file a motion for that, but you can't contact her, okay?
Understood.
Can't have, okay. All right,
The,
so,
and according to the report, she has a no contact
I
as
don't
well.
want, okay, no, well, I can't order her to have no contact with you. The law enforcement did not arrest her. They filed with the state attorney's office.
Okay.
So that means it's a non-arrest case. They may reach out to you as a victim of that case, and you can tell them what you want to happen, as you're a listed victim as well. She just was not arrested. Okay, does that make sense?
Okay. Does
Okay, so you're still a victim. It's just she wasn't arrested. I can't order her to have no contact with you. If you don't want contact with her, you're probably just going to have to stay away from her, or you can try and get an injunction. There are ways that you can go about having no contact, okay? But I can't order her to do anything. I don't have jurisdiction over her right now,
okay.
okay? So you're going to continue to maintain a separate residence, no weapons or firearms or any ammunition. It looks like DCF was contacted, so if there is an investigation pending, you must comply with that investigation. And would he qualify?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to place him pretrial release, Mr. Modestin, so make sure you comply with those court orders, all right?
Okay.
If you have any questions, if you have any legal questions, you need to contact the public defender, okay, before you do anything, okay?
Okay.
All right, good luck. Good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Brandon Lee Michael Ortiz, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Ortiz, you're here in MM 4888 AO. You're arrested for domestic violence battery. I do find probable cause for that offense, and I'll appoint the public defender. Are there any witnesses here for Mr. Ortiz? Nope. Okay. So, Mr. Ortiz, I am ordering again that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim. In the case, you were previously ordered to have no contact with the victim, and that was still in place. So, make sure you understand everything on that form. Do you understand everything on the form?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You're to maintain, and also no contact with the witnesses in the case. You're to maintain a separate residence. You're not to return to where the offense is alleged to have occurred. You're not to possess any weapons, any firearms, or any ammunition. Your bond will be set at $1,500. You're out on pretrial release and bond in 2020 MM 1268AO. It's the same alleged victim in that case. You do have an attorney in that case as well. I am going to revoke that release. Set the bond at none at this time. So I'm revoking the bond and the pretrial release. Your attorney, Ms. Rimmer, I believe, will have to get in touch with the public defender. You'll have to get in touch with them and have them file a bond motion for you on the case, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Quick question.
All right. Yes, don't talk about the facts.
Yes, yes,
okay?
ma'am. No problem.
Okay.
How long is that process to try to file that motion to get the bond?
So, Ms. Custon, the public defender's here. She can contact your attorney from court via email, and that motion could get filed today. There's usually a 3-day. Our admin order says that bond motions will be heard within 3 days. Okay, so call the public defender, and then Ms. Custon can also contact your attorney as well. Okay?
Yes,
I already emailed that attorney, so they'll be in touch with you, okay?
So she's just emailed them for you.
Thank you
Okay?
so much.
All right. Good luck. All right. Good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Jonathan Padilla.
All right, Mr. Padilla, you're here in 2020 MM 4917AO. You're arrested for domestic violence, battery, and resisting an officer without violence. I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender, and we have a witness. Can you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you can put your hand down now. Can you state your name for me and spell your last name?
Yes. Shania Lynn Jones, Jones.
Okay, Thank you, Ms. Jones. Ms. Bush, did you want to inquire?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Jones.
Hi, good morning.
How do you know Mr. Padilla?
We've known each other more than half of our lives. I've known him since middle school. I was 11 when we met. He is Lance's father, but we are not in a romantic relationship and have not been. We were engaged. We haven't been together since last year. We were cohabitating for the sake of our son and participating in group economics.
Okay. And you said you were cohabitating. Do you currently cohabitate?
Technically, yes.
Okay. Are you afraid of him?
Yes, I fear for my life. He cannot come back.
Okay. And that's the only questions I had. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Custon, do you have questions for Ms. Jones?
Yes, Ms. Jones. You have a mutual child?
Yes.
Oh, I can't see him.
Yeah.
So, do you feel fearful for your child?
I feel fearful for, I have evidence, but I can't submit that now, yes.
So, you don't want to put somebody that he could contact so you guys could do childcare together? You want no contact whatsoever?
Precisely.
Okay, no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Jones. All right, so Mr. Padilla, I am going to order that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim in the case. I'll have you sign the no contact order form. Do you understand everything on that form?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. You must maintain a separate residence. So if he needs to go back to the residence to get any belongings, he must be with law enforcement, okay? He cannot go back. You cannot go back without law enforcement to get any personal things that you may need. Do you understand?
Yeah.
If you go back there and you're not with law enforcement, that's a violation of the court order and it's a new law offense and you can be arrested for that as well. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or any illegal substances without a valid prescription. No weapons, no firearms, and no ammunition. He qualifies for pretrial release. And there's DCF was contacted, so he'll have to comply with that. He qualifies for pretrial release, which is he'll have to check in with a supervisor to be supervised when he's released. So, but if he comes back to the house, that is a violation unless it's with law enforcement one time, okay?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I know I can't submit any evidence, but the arresting officers were privy to threats that he's made, and I'm also concerned. He apparently still has his phone with him. He was able to contact me all night, and he's made several threats towards myself and people who are back home. I don't know what he's done in that time to make good on those threats, but if you let him out of here, ma'am, I'm going to have to stand my ground. I don't know what else to do.
He's entitled to a bond. So the state has not filed a motion for pretrial detention. Okay.
Okay.
I don't think I have enough information to make any finding that there are no conditions of release that are appropriate, that he would be such a danger. I don't have that information. And law enforcement's charged him with a misdemeanor, and he's entitled to a bond, okay, or some form of release. I can't hold him at no bond. The state attorney's office, there's motions that they can file, but I can't do anything until those motions are filed.
Okay. I'm sorry.
So Courtney, are they just doing phone in? There's no in-person? So,
Your Honor, may I ask Mr. Padilla a few questions?
Sure.
Mr. Padilla, where will you be staying since you can't return back?
I could go to my
where
mother.
you were.
I can go to my mother's for a while, but then I plan on moving out of the state.
That's a lot.
Okay, where does your mother live?
Right down the street.
And you know that while this case is going on, you can't leave the jurisdiction.
I understand. That's why I'm going to be here.
And you know that you can't contact the alleged victim or anybody in order to get in touch with her, even if it's about child care.
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor. We do request PTR still. That does give ample reporting requirements, even if it's phone. It's more so than just a monetary bond. but just gives him the opportunity to bond out since he does qualify. He has no failure to appears, and he has legitimate place to go that would not be with the victim, and he has stated he understands that he cannot have any contact at all or communication with the victim.
Okay. So,
Can I add
Your
something?
Honor? Yes.
If the state may, the state would ask that he report at least twice a week to PTR.
And it's phone in.
Yes,
It's
yes,
not
Your Honor,
person.
but the state is going to make that request because it is phone in
Okay.
and because of what the victim has indicated at this point.
Okay. And yes.
I'm pretty sure we were both sworn in, and I know it's conjecture at this point, but I could prove to you that he cannot go to his mother's residence. I was his last resort. Everyone has written him off, so I don't know. That's a lie. That's a lie.
Qualified him for pretrial release. So were you all able to contact?
Can you contact Ms. Vasquez and verify that he can actually go there, because he stole from her? So as far as I know, he can't go there. So,
Mr. Padilla, just stay quiet, please, okay?
and it's right down the street.
I don't think there's a requirement that he has to tell anybody where he's going to live at this point for pretrial release. I don't think that exists anymore.
Your Honor, if this were a bond hearing, he would have to verify that the person that he says he's going to live with is aware of it and has given him permission to reside there.
But we're in it's a hybrid hearing. We've got
Yes,
first
Your Honor.
appearance and bond, and then obviously pretrial release, which is sort of kind of over here. And for him to qualify for pretrial release, he doesn't need to provide an alternative address anymore, because
Yes, Your
people
Honor,
don't
I-
always know where they're going to be or have
I
contact.
realize that has been dropped from the pretrial release requirements. However, since this is a hybrid, the state is just putting on the record that he would have to actually state that the individual that he is going to reside with, knows it and has accepted that he will reside with them.
But for not pretrial release purposes.
No, I'm
Yeah,
not saying for
okay.
pretrial release, but this is a hybrid.
Right.
So it's an initial appearance and / a bond release hearing.
Right. I don't
So
think
the state's just
yeah.
putting that on the record.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I am going to place him in pretrial release. He's going to have to report twice a week to pretrial release. Mr. Padilla, you cannot have contact whatsoever. That means not through a third party. You can't threaten anybody. You can't have anybody call her, threaten her. Do you understand all of that? It's a new law violation if you violate that.
Yes, I understand.
Okay. So if you are in fear of your safety, ma'am, you need to go and talk to the state attorney's office. There are avenues. You can contact Harbor House. You can contact the clerk's office and file for an injunction.
Okay.
But I've ordered the no contact. That's all that I can do today. I can't order an injunction or sign off on that. That's a whole separate proceeding. So if you are in fear of your safety and your child, then there's things that you can do on your own. And through you can call a lawyer, you can call the state attorney's office, and they can try and help you with that.
Okay.
But that I'm ordering the no contact. Hopefully he will follow that. If he does not, then he will probably get arrested again. But if you are in fear, there's places that you can go, like the Harbor House, and he won't know where you are.
Thank you. Your
Okay?
Honor.
Okay. And you can always provide whatever information you have to law enforcement or the state attorney's office.
Awesome.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Padilla, did you understand all of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, please tell me your name.
George Stratton.
All right, Mr. Stratton, you're here in 2020 MM 565 AW. You're arrested for domestic violence. battery. I do find probable cause. I will appoint the public defender. And ma'am, can you raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Can you state your name and spell your last name for me, please?
Sure. Stephanie Stratton, Stratton.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Stratton. And Ms. Bush, did you wish to inquire?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Stratton, how long have you been in a relationship with Mr. Stratton?
12 years.
And have all of those 12 years been here in the state of Florida?
No, ma'am.
Are you afraid of Mr. Stratton?
Yes.
Do you want to have any contact with him during the pendency of this case?
No, ma'am.
And over the course of the 12 years, whether in Florida or out of state, have there been any acts of violence in your relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Custon?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Anything else you want to tell me?
I just want to make sure that my children are included in the no contact.
Yes.
Just because they voiced to me that they're also terrified. He has not done anything harmful to them on purpose, but still very terrified by the entire situations and everything.
Okay, so with the no contact order, he can't contact you even if it relates to the children. I am going to order no contact directly with you or the witnesses, and I believe the children were witnesses to the incident, and they were interviewed by law enforcement. So, Mr. Stratton, there's to be no contact directly or indirectly with the victim or the children who are witnesses to the offense, or the alleged offense. Do you understand that?
Yes,
Okay. Did you sign the no contact order form?
I did.
Okay, and you understood everything on that form?
Yes.
Okay. You're also to maintain a separate residence. If you need to go back to the residence to get personal belongings, you must be with law enforcement. You cannot go back by yourself. Do you understand?
I do.
So you can go back one time with law enforcement. You got to contact them ahead of time. Don't go to the house and wait for them. You contact them ahead of time. They'll tell you where to go, where to meet them, okay?
Okay.
No weapons or firearms or any ammunition. Department of Children and Families was contacted. They may have an investigation, so you must comply with any investigation. And I am going to order you into pretrial release, so you'll have to report. Make sure that you comply with the court's orders. If you violate any of the conditions of release, that's a new law violation. You can be rearrested for that. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state would request a heightened reporting.
Twice a week?
Twice a week,
Okay,
yes, Your
and
Honor.
so, Mr. Stratton, I'm gonna order that you report twice a week. They're doing it by phone, okay? To pretrial release. You must comply with that. If you don't, that's a violation of pretrial release, okay? You can have
Yeah.
your release revoked, okay?
Yes.
All right?
Can I say one other thing?
Yes.
He has told me that it doesn't matter if there's a no contact or a restraining order, that he doesn't care any consequences anymore.
Okay, so you can go and get an injunction at the clerk's downtown. You can contact the state attorney's office. They can file any motions that are appropriate that may need to be filed based on any statements that he may have made to you. But you'll have to contact them or law enforcement if there's another offense that's committed, and also you can go get an injunction if you fear for your safety.
Okay, thank you.
But I have ordered no contact, so it is a court order. If he violates that, it is a new law offense if he gets rearrested, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Your Honor, I just want to make sure that the public defender was appointed.
I did, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Said that, right? Yeah. Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Stratton. Thank you, ma'am. All right, good morning. Tell me your name, please.
My name is Nicole Tamika Taylor.
All right, Ms. Taylor, you're here in 2020 MM 490780. You're arrested for dating, violence, battery, and I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender to represent you in your case. Are there witnesses from Ms. Taylor? No? Okay. Ms. Taylor, I am ordering that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim. I'll have you sign the no contact order, please. Do you understand everything on that form?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're also not to possess weapons or firearms or any ammunition. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or any illegal substances without a valid prescription. Your bond is set at 500. The allegations in this case are that there was alcohol involved. Part of your pretrial or part of your release, bond condition release in 2019 CF 5283AO is that you're not to possess any illegal substances or any alcohol. I am going to revoke the release in 2019 CF 5283AO. Mr. Andrews represents you in that case. You're going to have to get in touch with Mr. Andrews. I think that is with conflict counsel. You're going to need to contact him. Do we have a number for him? Should be on his notice of appearance, so.
Four 261-9130.
All right, so I've written everything on a piece of paper over here, but we've got 2019 CF 5283 407 261 9130. The attorney is Kenneth Andrews. So Ms. Taylor, you're going to need to get. Okay, 407 261 91. Sorry. Oh, okay.
I got it. We got both.
Kenneth Andrews.
So I have a bond. What's my bond?
It's case number 2019 CF 5283. Okay.
What's my bond?
And so did we do the no contact order?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think we did all of that, correct?
Yes.
I was asking about my bond.
Okay, well, I gave you a $500 bond on the new law violation. I did revoke your release on the other case. So I think I said no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription, no weapons or firearms or any ammunition, and no contact directly or indirectly with the victim. And I think you said you understood everything on that form,
Yes, ma'am.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I gave you the phone number for Mr. Andrews. You want to call him.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, good morning. Please tell me your name.
Ada Torres Santini.
All right, ma'am, you're here in 2020 MM 4898AO. And we have a co-defendant in this case as well.
Your Honor, she advised she do not want to be in the same room with her.
Okay, all right. So you were arrested for battery, domestic violence, 2020 MM 4898AO. And I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. And I'm going to order that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the alleged victim. I'll have you sign the no contact order. Do you understand everything on that form?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you were trespassed from the location of where the offense is alleged to have occurred, that's SeaWorld Aquatica. You cannot go back there.
Yes, I understand.
Abide by any, and I don't know if it's just SeaWorld Aquatica, but abide by the trespass warning.
Yes.
No weapons or firearms or any ammunition. Do you all live together? Yes?
Yeah, but I will be returning after I go.
Pennsylvania?
Yeah,
Do you
I'll be.
live together in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, but not for long. I'll be returning to Massachusetts.
Okay, so I'm just ordering that you maintain separate residences. If you need to go back to the residence and I don't know if you're gonna move out, like you
No,
said,
yeah.
but if you need to go back there and she's there, you'll need to go with law enforcement, okay?
Okay, no problem.
And you do qualify for pretrial release, so make sure you comply with those court orders and you comply with their requirements, okay? So I'm gonna place you on pretrial release.
Am I all done, ma'am? Thank you, I appreciate your time.
All right, good luck.
She's coming, you are.
No problem.
Doesn't come around.
All right, good morning. Can you tell me your name?
Jessica Torres.
All right, Ms. Torres, you're here in 2020 MM 4897AO. You're arrested for domestic violence battery. And I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. I am going to order that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim. I've also ordered that she have no contact with you, so you're both to have no contact. Do you understand everything on the form?
Yes.
Okay. You're not to return back to the Aquatica Park or anywhere that's listed on the trespass warning, so abide by that trespass warning. No weapons or firearms or any ammunition. You do qualify for pretrial release, so make sure you comply with the court order. If you need to go back, so I'm going to order that you maintain separate residence. It's the same thing that I did for her. She's indicated she's probably going to be moving out. So if I'm going to put in there that you can go back with law enforcement. If she, I don't know who's going to stay where, but you can't communicate. So if you go back to the residence, make sure maybe she's not there first, okay?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll put maintain separate residence and that you need to go with law enforcement to get things if you need to go back there to get your things, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Good luck, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good morning, tell me your name, please.
Keith England.
All right, Mr. England, you're here in 2020 CT 4167 and 2020 CT 4168. You're arrested for DUI and reckless driving, alcohol related. I do find probable cause for those offenses, and I will appoint the public defender to represent you. So I am ordering no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. And does he qualify?
No, Your Honor.
No? All right, Mr. England, where are you living right now?
I'm staying at an extended stay America.
Okay, how long have you been there?
Only a couple days.
Okay, and how long are you planning on staying there?
At least for another 2 weeks.
Okay, and then where do you have a plan after that?
Not yet. I am looking for another roommate.
Okay, okay. So you don't have any criminal history nor nothing on your driving record. And if I release you on your own recognizance, you understand that you need to show up to your court date.
Yes.
If you don't, you'll probably get a warrant and it may be no bond.
Okay.
Okay, so it's very important. Now, it's also very important that if I release you on your own recognizance, that they have the correct address, the public defender and the clerk's office for you. So is the extended stay 5390 Earl O. Bronson Memorial Highway in Kissimmee?
No, it's
Because
Westwood
they need to know
Boulevard.
where they need to know where to send, your mail, and the public defender needs to know how to get in touch with you.
Well, it's a Westwood Boulevard extended stay right by the convention center. I do have an address that you can mail to.
Okay. Do you know that address or not by heart?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Well, tell us what that is so that we can have your mail go there.
It's 5390 West Earl O. Bronson Memorial Highway.
Okay. So that's the one that I just said.
Okay. But that's
Right?
not
That's on your-
not an extended stay. That's
Right, but that's where you're getting your mail. Is that what you're
Correct.
telling me?
Yes.
Okay. So if you move or if that address changes, you need to call the public defender and also the clerk's office and update them to your address, because if they send you notice and you don't show up to court, get a warrant. Okay?
gotcha.
So no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription.
Mr. England, do you have a phone number?
407 770 7800.
Thank you. All right. Good luck, Mr. England. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Gary Frazier, Senior.
All right. Mr. Frazier, you're here in 2020 CT 534 and 2020 CT 535. And you were arrested for driving with a suspended or revoked license and then attaching a tag to a plate unassigned. And I do find probable cause for that offense. I don't know if the state will have an offer for you today. Trying to look at the driving record. I gotta find it.
We didn't have any David information, Your Honor.
It didn't have any information?
No, Your Honor.
The state's offer would be an adjudication of guilt, 2 days Orange County Jail, 2 days credit time served. Do not drive without a valid driver's license.
All right, Mr. Frazier, the state is making an offer today to resolve your cases if you want to do that. I don't have a driving record, so I don't know if this will habitualize him. I don't even think I have a driving record up here. If there's anything, obviously you had a license because it's been revoked at some point. I don't know if today's a good day to plea because I don't have a driving
Mr.
history.
Frazier, have you ever had one of these before?
No, ma'am.
Do you have a valid driver's license?
Not currently, no.
Okay. Do you understand that driving while license suspendeds are enhanceable?
Yes,
So they can become a felony if you get too many of them?
yes, I'm aware.
Are you on probation?
No, not.
No?
No, ma'am.
Okay, do you want to resolve this case or do you want to wait and see if you can get a license?
No, I'm willing to resolve it. You said time served, right?
I believe that is what the state offered, but you just have to make sure you know that this will be a strike.
So Mr. Frazier, if you get 3 driving while license suspended within 5 years, okay, and I don't have a driving record in front of me, so I don't know if you've had any within the last 5 years, okay, you'll lose your license for 5 years. If you have 2 priors, the next one can be a felony. Okay?
Understand, yes.
Oh, wait, I'm getting a driving record right now, so let me take a look real quick. Okay, so there's just a prior DUI in 2018, but no other prior driving while license suspended that I can see on here, okay? So this would be strike 1, Mr. Frazier, within 5 years. So if you get 2 more, you lose and within 5 years, you lose your license for 5 years. If you get another one, the next one after that would be, the state could charge as a felony. You understand?
Yes,
Your
ma'am.
Honor, a DUI in 2008 is a strike.
2018.
2018 is a strike within 5, so this would be a second, which is still fine.
It's a strike?
A DUI counts as a strikeable offense.
For a Dwillis?
Oh, I thought
to
you
be
said
habitual driving, to be a habitual
Yes.
traffic offender?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Have to
Where's-
point me to that statute. I
Let me go grab the
never,
police one.
yeah, not aware of that.
Neither.
I just want to make sure we're advising him correctly. Sure. Is there a statute?
I don't know it off the top of my head, but on the back of the plea form here it says, conviction of any 3 of the following crimes within 5-year period will be a 5-year suspension as a habitual traffic offender. DUI, Willis, failing to stop and render aid when there's death or injury, driving a commercial vehicle, commission of any felony.
And that's updated? When was that written? Because our traffic laws change every year, I feel like.
This is just from when I did it.
Okay.
This says it was revised 2011, so I guess it could have changed, but I was in this meter about 1.5 years ago.
Okay.
Or I guess
So
it was-
what I'll say is that, Mr. Frazier, it may be second strike within 5 years. So if you get another one, you could lose your license for 5 years. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you still want to go forward with the plea?
Yes,
Okay. Knowing all of those things?
yes.
Okay. All right. Did you read the plea form before you came into court?
No one gave me one.
No one gave you one? Okay. All right, why don't you read that real quickly, okay? Or read it. Take the time that you need to read it. And I just pulled up the 322.264, and it does list 316.193. So it's voluntary or involuntary manslaughter from the motor vehicle, any violation of 316.193, which is the DUI. And then any felony in the commission of which a motor vehicle is used, driving a motor vehicle while his or her license is suspended or revoked, and failing to stop and render aid. And then getting 15 convictions for moving traffic offenses, in which points assessed. All right, so this will be strike 2. Okay, Mr. Frazier?
Yes,
Okay. So did you read that plea form?
yes, I have.
Do you understand everything on the plea form?
Yes,
You understand all the rights that you're giving up by entering the plea?
I'm informed.
All right. And are you on probation anywhere?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, the plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes,
Okay. I do find a factual basis to accept your plea to both of the counts or cases I will adjudicate you guilty on each count, sentence you to 2 days with credit for 2 days time served. Those will run concurrent. I'll order that you pay your court costs by July 6, 2021. That gives you a year. If you'd like to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. All right, sir?
Yes.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next person on the docket, Gustavo Garcia Flores, behavior.
All right, so I'm going to find if he can't behave, that's a waiver. I'll appoint the public defender, 20 CT 4169 and 2020 MM 4893. And Ms. Custin, did you want to waive?
Your Honor, he could resolve these cases. I don't know if we want to try to
reset it?
Could we try for tomorrow, and then if not, I'll waive.
That's fine, sure. So we'll reset Garcia Flores. See if he wants to come to court tomorrow. Or behave. All right, tell me your name, sir.
Temerton Cortez Howard.
All right, Mr. Howard, you're here in 2020 CT 4170. You were arrested for DUI with property damage. And I do find probable cause, and I will appoint the public defender to represent you in the case. No driving with, or excuse me, no alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. No contact with any victims or witnesses in the case. The bond will stay at 1,000. That will be with random urinalysis through pretrial release, if they're doing that. You're out on release in 2020 CF 2522 AO for fleeing and attempting to elude. I am going to revoke the release and set the bond at none at this time. I believe the public defender was previously appointed in that case. So they'll have to file a bond motion for you in that case, Mr. Howard, okay?
Well, Your Honor, if I was already out on bond for that, and they got me here for the misdemeanor.
I don't want you to start talking about the case, but you'll be able to have your attorney, you'll be able to talk to your attorney about that case. But you're out on release, and you're alleged to have committed a new law offense while being out on release, so I'm revoking your release. All right, good morning. Tell me your name.
Javion Hemphill.
Is this the add-on or arraignments?
Oh, it's probably arraignment.
Okay.
Now, that's probably out of order because.
Okay.
Your Honor, Hemphill I didn't waive, but he's on probation. So at this point, I'd like to enter a not guilty plea.
Okay, this is, and you're Mr. Hemphill? I'm sorry, because I couldn't hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, so your attorney's over here with me. The public defender was previously appointed, 2020 CT 2658AO, and it's an operating a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You're on probation, so they're entering a plea of not guilty for you, so we'll give you a date, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Division 62, pretrial conference August 20th at 10 a.m., courtroom 9B.
All right? Thank you. All right, please tell me your name.
Ron Daniel Martin.
All right, Mr. Martin, you are here in 2020 CT 235AA. You do not have an attorney on the case, and you're not in jail on this case. You were charged by citation with driving while license suspended with knowledge. It's a misdemeanor of the second degree. This isn't a COE, it popped up COE. Are you on probation, Mr. Martin?
No, ma'am.
Are you here on something else too, yeah?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, I'm gonna appoint the public defender to represent you. And he's not on probation? I know he said he wasn't, but. Do you want to try to resolve this case, Mr. Martin?
Yes,
I don't-
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna look at your driving record. I may not appoint the public defender if we can resolve it today.
In your honor, the state did, in an abundance of caution, convey an offer to the public defender and then realized that they had not been appointed.
That what?
And
They
it's
were
a-
not appointed? Okay.
Yes,
What
Your
was
Honor.
the offer?
It's a credit time served.
Okay, but
And
he
he
has
would
no-
have 1 day
Okay.
if he's remanded today.
Okay, so Mr. Martin, the state's offer is basically credit for time served, which you haven't served any time, it would be it would be today.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Yes,
you
ma'am.
would resolve the case today as credit for time served. The last driving while license suspended that I see on here is in 2011. And then I don't see any other offenses that would, within the last 5 years, that would cause this to be anything other than strike one, okay? So you get 3 within 5 years, driving
ma'am.
while license suspended, you'll lose your license for 5 years, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have 2 prior convictions, so if you get this one and then you get another one, the third one can be a felony.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if you get another one, they can file it as a felony because I think you already have the one from 2011. That's the only one that I see, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So you understand all of that? It's an enhanceable offense.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you read the plea form before you came into court?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand everything on that plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand all the rights that you're giving up by entering the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
And you told me that you're not on probation, correct?
No, ma'am.
All right. You understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, the plea will subject you to deportation.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I do find a factual basis based on the affidavit in the court file. I will did you say a withhold or an adjudication?
An adjudication, Your Honor, and also don't drive without a ballot.
Okay. An adjudication of guilt, I'll adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 1 day with credit for 1 day time served. You cannot drive without a valid driver's license. I'll order that you pay your court costs by July 6, 2021. If you'd like to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one would be appointed for you, sir. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So this case is over now.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck. So I'm gonna not appoint the PD on that. It's an so if we could strike that from any court minutes. All right, good morning. Tell me your name.
Charles Edward Conklin Jr.
All right, Mr. Conklin, you're here in 2020, MM448AW. And it looks like this was transferred from a felony to a misdemeanor. And the state did file an information charging you with trespass on property other than a structure or conveyance and criminal mischief. Count 1 is an M1, a misdemeanor of the first degree. Count 2 is a misdemeanor of the second degree. And these were alleged to have occurred on May 22nd, 2020. Ms. Bush, do you have an offer?
Your Honor, no, because the case has now been consolidated with 2020 CF 6356AO.
Oh.
And as of Thursday, it was en route to the clerk's office, so it may not have.
Okay, because I'm showing a transfer order on June 30th. Did it get transferred again? Because I'm showing.
It's not that it was transferred, it's just that in 2020 CF, because it's the same victim, in 2020 CF 6356.
Right.
And information was filed in that case, and they consolidated this case with that matter,
Okay.
because this is a trespass at the same residence that the burglary is alleged to have occurred.
Okay, so I'm looking at the felony, and it says this case has been transferred. On June 30th, there was a request for administrative transfer from felony to county court where an information was filed.
And Your Honor, was that a transfer of 2020 CF 6356?
Yes. It says transferred. And then he was ROR'd on 6/30. That same day.
And
then when I look in the misdemeanor case, it shows that the complete case transferred from 2020 CF 6356. So there's no felony left.
Your Honor, we have 2020 CF 6355,
I don't have 5.5.
and then there was 2020 CF 6356. I spoke to the ASA on Thursday, ASA Hammond, who advised, because I saw that there was an information filed in 2020 6356.
There was no information filed.
All right.
It was filed in the misdemeanor. The 6355 that you mentioned,
Yes, ma'am.
a no info was filed in that.
Your Honor, looking at what he's being held on, it looks like he has a violation of parole.
Okay.
So we can just, sorry.
No, thank you. So that was going to be my,
My
next
parole's
question.
up
If there,
August 7th.
right.
So I'm going to enter a not guilty plea.
Okay. So the public defender's here with me, Mr. Conklin. There may be some confusion. I don't know if Ms. Bush would even have an offer today based on what her communications with the state attorney.
Well,
in
is
that
there any
case.
way that this can be resolved before August 7th? Because if it can be resolved before August
you're
7th, then
gonna-
I'll have to bond out.
You're going to have to get with your attorney on that and see if they can negotiate some type of a plea with the state attorney, okay? I don't know, with you being on parole, how that will affect you, so
Well, my
you'll have
parole-
to get with the public.
The parole board said no matter what, whether I have my hearing or whether August 7th comes first, I get EOS August 7th, no matter what. 'cause I
Okay,
did
well,
my
you've
79
got
days.
you've got about a month then to like have that conversation with your attorney and then discuss that with them, and then they can figure out what the best course of action for you is, okay? But we're not resolving it today.
Mr. Conklin, I'm emailing the attorneys now. We can't resolve today, but they'll be in touch soon.
All right.
Okay, so we'll give you a date.
Division 82, pre-trial conference will be August 3rd at 10:30 a.m., courtroom 10B.
All right. Okay? I think I have a written plea of not guilty was filed for Ricky Gaston. The PD was previously appointed. It was transferred from a felony to the misdemeanor, and it shows that a written plea of not guilty was filed on July 2nd. So,
Divi-
go ahead.
Division 63, pre-trial conference date will be August 6th at 8:30 a.m., courtroom 12C.
All right, and then I have Jesse Windsor, 2020 MM 449AW. A written plea of not guilty was filed on July 2nd. I guess dates were previously given. Division 61 on July 13th, 2020. And I do find probable cause. No return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred, no contact with any victim or witness, so that's with the Circle K, 6949 Silver Star Road. And no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription, no weapons, no firearms, no ammunition, and the bond will stay at 500. All right. Good afternoon, sir. Can you tell me your name, please?
Juan de Leon.
All right. So is Mr. Murray not coming? I guess I must have. Do I have these in different order? I don't know.
Your Honor, she said it was that she has it after the misdemeanor plea.
Oh, okay. So I'll just hold on. I'm sorry. All right, Mr. De Leon. All right, you're here in 2020 MM 564 AW. You were arrested for loitering or prowling. I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint. Ms. Bush, did you have an offer?
Yes, Your Honor. It's going to be an adjudication of guilt, 2 days Orange County Jail, 2 days credit time served, no return to the Chapin Station subdivision in Winter Garden, and court costs.
Okay, so I'm not going to appoint the public defender, Mr. De Leon, if you want to resolve it today. If you don't, then I will appoint the PD, and you'll have to come back to court. It's a credit for time served offer. You can't go back to that subdivision in Winter Garden, and you'll have a year to pay your court costs. Do you want to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you read the plea form before you came into court?
Yes.
Okay. Did you understand everything that was on that plea form?
Yes.
And all those rights that you're giving up by entering the plea?
Yes.
Are you on probation anywhere?
No.
Okay, you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, the plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes.
Okay. I find a factual basis to accept your plea based on the affidavit in the court file. I'll adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days with credit for 2 days time served. No return to the Chapin Station subdivision in the Winter Garden, Florida. And I'm going to order that you pay your court costs by July 6, 2021. That gives you a year. If you'd like to appeal the judgment sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you, sir. Good luck. All right, good afternoon. Can you tell me your name?
Jermaine Antonio Murray.
Okay, now I'm Mr. Murray. Okay, Mr. Murray, you're here in 2020 MM 472AO. Looks like you've got a violation of condition of pretrial release warrant in that case, and Judge Cameron gave you a bond on each count of $1,000, so you have a total of $2,000 bond in that case, okay? And then, does he have the PD in that case?
Yes.
Okay. The PD was previously appointed for you, so you have an attorney. You've also got 2020 MM 4912. It's trespass on property after warning, and I do find probable cause. Ms. Bush, did you have an offer for that case?
Your Honor, if I may have a moment.
Sure.
I don't have Mr. Unless he's attached to something else, I do not have Mr. Murray at all.
I'm doing a non-playable.
Huh? In non-playables?
Misdemeanor non-playable, but it is playable. Yeah, misdemeanor non-playable.
And I don't have that category, so if I may have just one.
Absolutely. I'm going to
And
look
that
at
was
the other
20
case too and see what's going on there. Do we, Ms. Custom, do you know if what that is and if the state filed anything? It looks like battery. Okay, and a petty theft. Okay.
And that was 20 MM on the new case, 4912.
4912, yeah.
system at all. Your Honor, I don't have an affidavit or
Do you
the
wanna
case
look at
in my
mine?
system.
Okay. Do you want to look at mine?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Sure.
Your Honor, if I may have just a second, I do recall when I was going through felony that there was someone attached to my felony affidavits,
Sure.
and I
It's a
have it.
trespass at the airport.
I have it, Your Honor. This would be an adjudication of guilt. 2 days Orange County Jail, 2 days credit time served, abide by all trespass warnings, no return to any Orlando International Airport or Greater Orlando Aviation Authority property unless he has an actual ticket and court costs.
Okay. So, Mr. Murray, did you hear that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you want to accept that offer?
I do.
Okay. And it's only resolving the trespass. You still have the other case.
I understand.
And I'm not going to revoke your release. You do have the bonds, but I can't promise you that your PTR officer won't file another warrant with Judge Cameron for this case, even though it's resolved. So just so you're aware,
Gotcha.
if you bond out, you may get arrested again because of this. But if you want to resolve it today, we can do that. Not the other case, but the new one.
I would. And I do,
Okay,
it is showing that I still have a court on the 9th for the other cases. Just want to make sure.
Let me look it up for you, okay? So it's showing a trial on the 9th at 9:30 a.m. and you have the public defender, and we're not doing any. I don't know if he'll have to show up to court. I don't think you'll be in person. So my suggestion is, are you going to be able to bond out on the other case?
No, but I would like to resolve
No.
it so that way I can at least go to court.
Well, I don't think that we can resolve it because it's a battery and a petty theft, and I don't think the state's going to have an offer today on the battery. And
And I apologize. The question is, if I'm unable to bond out, we do resolve it. I would just go to court on the 9th.
well, I don't know if they're going to be transporting. We're back into phase 1. I know that means nothing to you, but it's not in person anymore unless it's a proceeding like this. So, Ms. Custon, is there a way you can get in touch with it doesn't show me who the attorney is.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm going to email them anyways. It does look like,
I don't know if I don't think anything's in person unless they're doing bench trials, but you still need witnesses, so.
Are you worried about a warrant, Mr. Murray?
No, I'm worried because I won't be able to bond out. That's why I want to resolve this one today.
Okay.
And I was supposed to get it done on the 9th. And so that's kind of where I'm at. I just wanted to see how I was going to get the other case solved on the 9th. I apologize.
Well, they're doing everything by video right now. So, and from courtroom 3 to downtown. So somebody, you may be in courtroom 3 on the 9th. I don't know, but I'll have Ms. Custon reach out to your attorney and they'll know that you're here and
Okay.
probably won't be able to bond out. Okay,
Okay.
Mr. Murray? Did you read that plea form before you came into court?
I did.
Did you understand everything on the plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand all those rights that you're giving up by entering the plea?
Correct.
Are you on probation anywhere?
No.
Okay. And you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, the plea will subject you to deportation?
Correct.
Okay. I do find a factual basis to accept your plea to the trespass. I will adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days with credit for 2 days time served. You can't go back to the Orlando International Airport or any GOA, G-O-A-A, location, facility. That's the Greater Orlando Airport or Aviation Authority, I believe.
Unless I have a ticket.
Unless you have a valid ticket to fly somewhere, okay?
Okay.
So follow whatever that trespass warning says. Looks like you've got a couple of them, so make sure you know where you call if you have a ticket, okay?
Okay.
And so don't go back there. I'll order that you pay your court costs by July 6, 2021. If you'd like to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one would be appointed for you. So maybe you'll hear from your attorney soon on the other case, okay?
Okay.
All right, Mr. Murray, good luck.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Fungik, Sir Darafont.
All right, Mr. Darafont, you're here in 2020 MM 4895 AO. You're arrested for battery and petty theft. And I do find probable cause, and I will appoint the public defender. I don't believe the state's going to have an offer for you today to resolve your case. So you're not to return back to that Publix at 400 East Central Boulevard. No contact with any victims or witnesses, and no weapons or firearms or any ammunition. I am going to stay the bond at 500 and 100.
And by any chance, you think I can get an OR on this or no? I don't have any priors to these cases or anything like that.
Well, you have priors and you have failures to appear.
No, I do not.
Ms. Custon, did you want to take some testimony and have
Your
her sworn
Honor,
in?
sorry, I was just pulling up his.
No, I do not have any failure of fears.
Okay,
Wait,
Mr.
hold, let me
Daraf-
just- I gotta swear him in. So, Mr. Darafont, can you raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Yes,
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes.
Okay, you can put your hand down now. Ms. Custon is the public defender over here. She's gonna be asking you some questions, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Darafont, before we begin, I just want to let you know that your history looks like you have 2 felonies, 2 misdemeanors, and 3 failures to appear. Are you disputing that?
Yes, I'm disputing. I don't know when the failure, I never had any failure periods that I knew of.
Okay, so it's probably because it says your last conviction or your last failure to appear. It's kind of hard to understand this report, but was in 2001, so that's 19 years ago.
I was a juvenile, so I mean, I was bonded out. I don't know. I think I remember that case then.
Okay, so and then in 2019 you have a misdemeanor DUI.
Okay, but I never had a failure to appear on that.
Okay, so you only have failure to appear when you were a juvenile?
Yeah, that's the only case. I was arrested and sentenced and all that. The DUI case was already handled and dismissed or whatnot. I didn't have any failures to appear on that case though. I was in custody.
Okay. So you're saying you've never had a failure to appear since you've been an adult?
Yes, correct.
And where do you work?
Right now I'm at Labor Finders. This is a labor hall. I've been there for the last 3 years and currently still working with them.
Where do you live?
1212 West Miller Avenue, Street.
Do you get mail to that?
Yes, I do.
And do you check your mail?
Yes, I have.
And do you have any children?
No, I do not.
How much do you make at Labor Finders?
I make $300 to $400 a week. It depends on the work status of that week for that company.
Will you make any money this week since you've been in jail?
No, because I'm currently in jail. But if I get out, yeah, that's my current job. That's where I go to work. I plan to go to work today, but look where I'm at.
How much money do you have in your bank account?
In my bank account, I don't have a bank account at this time.
Do you have any money at all?
Yeah, I had a couple $100 saved up.
So how much could you afford if you were to bond out?
The bond, the couple $100, I was gonna try to get that. Wasn't the $200, miss?
$200 total is what you could afford?
Yes, miss, at this time.
If you were to be placed on court-ordered pretrial release, do you have a phone that you could telephone report?
Yes, I do.
What's your phone number?
It's 407-883-7080.
Do you have any family that lives in Orlando?
Yes, at that current address that I just gave you.
And have you ever lived anywhere outside of Orlando?
Yes, Las Vegas, but that was 3 years ago.
Do you plan on leaving Orlando?
No time soon, miss.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last answer.
No time soon.
No time soon.
Yeah, I'm here to stay in Florida.
Okay. And Ms. Bush, do you have any questions for Mr. Darafont?
I just wanted to clarify, Mr. Darafont,
Yes.
you have been actively employed with Labor Finders?
Yes, I have been actively through the corona stages
And-
and whatnot.
And you said that you have a couple of $100
Yes, I
saved
did.
up?
Yeah, I do.
And you said that you could afford $200 as far as bond is concerned. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions, sir.
All right. Any argument, Ms. Custon? I mean, it sounds like he would be able to afford the bond through a bondsman.
Yes, Your Honor, but even though he could afford it through a bondsman, he does have ample community ties just on his testimony. It sounds like he has family. He knew his address without, trying to think of it. He knew his phone number without trying to think of it. We asked the least restrictive possible bond would be to be court-ordered pretrial release with whatever conditions imposed by the court, and that he has testified that he will be able to get his mail. We'll know a future court date. So we ask a non-monetary bond be imposed. I can't tell from the history what felonies are now and what felonies are from when he was a minor. From his
He has out-of-state convictions, so those are some of those are felonies.
And I haven't been in jail since I've been here. Those were like in 04 and probably the last 04 or even 010. I mean,
Okay.
they were
Okay,
just
Mr.
it was just in the past.
All right.
Yeah.
Hold on one second. Ms. Bush, do you have any argument?
Your Honor, based on the testimony, there is no testimony that would go to his not being able to secure bond. And this is a case that is a violent victim crime. It includes a battery, and also in his history, in addition to, and we don't know the dates, but there are probation violations, and his out-of-state history includes a conviction for failure to register, abuse, neglect of a child, and the state would ask the court to stay the bonds at $500 and $100.
All right, and he's not going to qualify for a pretrial release because he just wasn't interviewed.
His ages wasn't clear at the time.
Do you think based on that testimony that he would qualify?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes? Yes. Okay, so I'm going to court order, I think that he'll qualify for pretrial release. So if he doesn't, I'll do in the alternative, the bond. So it'll be PTR or bond, and those bonds will be the 500 or 100. I think you are going to qualify, Mr. Darafont, with the pretrial release. So they may ask you a couple more questions. Make sure that you give them the information that you gave us on the record, okay?
Yes.
Okay. And so I don't know if I got there yet, but I think I said no return to Publix, no contact, and no weapons or firearms or ammunition, okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Your Honor, the next person on the docket, Victor Dubakis, bonded.
Okay, we'll take no action. All right, please tell me your name.
My name is Shamir Jackson.
All right, Ms. Jackson, you're here in 2020 MM 4896AO. It's a trespass. I do find probable cause. Ms. Bush, do you have an offer for both the cases? She's out on release for a trespass, and the state did file an information in that case. I don't know why Judge Jewett had it at IA's, but they didn't resolve it that day. I don't know why. But I saw that the information had been filed. I don't know if we can resolve both today, if she wanted to resolve both.
And the offer would be an adjudication of guilt in both. No return to the scene in both. In the current case, that would be the coin laundry located at 254 South Ivy Lane. In 2020 MM 3764, it would be to the Dollar General at 928 South Ivy Lane. And in the current case, it would be 2 days credit time served. Abide by any trespass warnings, no contact with witnesses. In 2020 MM 3764, it would be an adjudication. I believe it's 7 days. It might be 9 days credit time served. I'm not certain. I believe it's 7 days. Because
I actually have 20 days.
She bonded on May 29th of 2020.
Yeah, and then the bond was endorsed and discharged, and then she was ROR'd. So she was in there for a little bit more, I think, so.
Because I'm showing
Arrested on the 23rd of May.
and bonded on the 29th of May. At least that's what I saw, and I don't recall if I saw a new arrest. But that would also be abide by any trespass warning, no contact with witnesses, and court costs.
So the 23rd, and then she bonded out on the 29th.
Yes, Your Honor.
24, 25, 26,
7
That's
days.
7 days. But then the bondsman, it looks like they came off the bond. And then she had a motion to set bond, and it was granted on June 30th. And she was, or July 30th, sorry. No, June 30th, sorry. Does anyone know what total credit for time? 27? Okay. So it's a total of 27 days credit for time served on the other case. So, Ms. Jackson, did you understand everything that we were talking about?
Yes, I did.
Okay, do you want to resolve both of your cases today?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And so I believe the PD is appointed in the other case. I'm not going to appoint them in this case to save you a little bit of money in the court costs, okay?
Okay,
So
thank
did you read that plea form before you came into court?
Yes, I did.
Did you understand everything contained on the plea form?
Yes, I do.
You understand all those rights that you're giving up by entering the plea?
Yes, I do.
Are you on probation anywhere?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, the plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I do find a factual basis to accept your plea in 2020 MM 4896AO for trespass, as well as in 2020 MM 3764AO. and that's for trespass on property other than a structure or conveyance. I'm going to adjudicate you guilty on each case, sentence you in 4896AO to 2 days with credit for 2 days time served. Abide by the trespass. Don't go back to the coin laundry at 254 South Ivy Lane. No contact with anyone at that location. And also in 2020 MM 3764, I do find a factual basis to accept your plea in that case based on the affidavit in the court file. I'll adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 27 days with credit for 27 days time served. Those cases will run concurrent. I'll order that you pay your court costs, and in that case also don't return back to that Dollar General at
Okay.
928 South Ivy Lane. Yes.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
And no contact with anyone at that location. I'll order you pay your court costs by July 6, 2021. If you'd like to appeal the judgment and sentences of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you, ma'am. So that should resolve both your cases, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. Good luck.
Thank you.
Hello. All right, good afternoon. Tell me your name, please.
Jolene Marroquin.
All right, Miss Marroquin, you're here in 2020 MM 567AW. You're arrested for possession of drug paraphernalia, and I do find probable cause. Ms. Bush, did you have an offer?
Yes, Your Honor. It's a credit time served offer, adjudication, and court costs.
All right.
And I
Miss-
believe it's 2 days.
Okay. Ms. Marroquin, do you want to accept the state's offer, credit for time served?
Sure.
Okay. Did you read the plea form before you came into court?
Yes, the officer told me.
Did they give you a piece of paper with it was a plea form?
No.
Is it in your, okay.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, you understand everything on that plea form?
Yes.
You understand all those rights that you're giving up by entering the plea?
Yes.
Are you on probation anywhere?
No.
Okay. You understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, the plea will subject you to deportation.
Yeah, that's fine.
You understand?
Yep.
Okay. I find a factual basis to accept your plea. I will adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days with credit for 2 days time served, order you pay your court costs by July 6, 2021. If you'd like to appeal the judgment, sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. Not taking any action on the out on bond case. It looks like you have a court date coming up. I don't know if it's in person or virtually, but don't miss whatever you need to appear for, okay?
Okay, do you have what date it's on?
I'm sorry?
Do you have what date it is?
July 3rd. It looks like July 13th.
July 13, okay.
I think so, but you gotta check yourself and make sure
Okay.
that you get in touch with Miss. Is it Mr. Carroll or Miss Carroll? Is that your attorney?
I guess so.
Mr. Carell, I just emailed him.
Mr. Carroll. So I'm showing you have a trial set for July 13th, so at 9 a.m. with Judge White. So you need to make sure that I don't know if you need to be anywhere in person, but you need to find out from your attorney, okay?
Okay.
All right, good luck.
Your Honor, the next person on the docket, Miguel Martinez Marrero, medical.
Okay, and that's medical not coming for a while?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so we got 2020 MM 4902AO. I don't think we would be able to resolve the battery anyway. So I'll appoint the public defender. Ms. Custon, do you want to waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so I find probable cause for the battery, and I did appoint the public defender. So he's to have no contact with the victim in the case. They're roommates, so I think maintain separate residences and one-time return with law enforcement. Should he need to get personal belongings, no weapons, no firearms, and no ammunition. Not taking any action on the other case. The bond in the new case will stay at $500. And he has the PD in the other case.
And the next person on the docket, Lucarius McCant, refused.
All right, I'll find the refusal to be a waiver and appoint the public defender. Ms. Custon, do you want to formally waive? We wouldn't be able to resolve it today anyway.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so I do find probable cause for the battery, 2020 MM 4900 AO. And I did appoint the PD. So no contact with any victim or witness, no weapons, no firearms, no ammunition, no return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred. And the bond will stay at $500. Good afternoon. Tell me your name, please.
Russell Carey,
Is the last name Russell or last name Carey?
last name Carey, ma'am.
Okay, they have it switched around. Okay. All right, Mr. Carey, you're here in 2020 MM 317AA. You were arrested for 2 counts of battery. And I do find probable cause. I am going to appoint the public defender. I don't believe the state will have an offer for you today. So I am going to order that you have no contact directly or indirectly with any victim or witness. You're to maintain a separate residence. I know that y'all live together, so if you need to return back to the residence, if they're living there, you can't live there. You can go back with law enforcement one time to get any personal belongings. No weapons, no firearms, and no ammunition. I'm going to stay the bond at the $500 and $100. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. Tell me your name, please.
Earl Tullis.
All right, Mr. Tullis, you're here, 2020 MM 566AW. You're arrested for battery. I do find probable cause. I will appoint the public defender. Don't believe we will have an offer to resolve the case today. So I am ordering no contact with any victim or witness in the case, no return back to where that offense is alleged to have occurred. So the New Orleans Cajun Seafood Restaurant, no weapons or firearms or any ammunition. I am going to stay the bond at the $500. You're out on bond or out on release in 2020 MM 2685AO. I am going to revoke the release in that case and set the bond at none at this time. The PD was previously appointed. They're going to have to file any motions to set bond for you in that case. All right?
Officer, oh, no.
Sorry? All right, good afternoon. Tell me your name, please.
Joseph Adams.
All right, Mr. Adams, you're here in 2020 CF 8164AO. It's a burglary of a structure. I do find probable cause for that offense, and I'll appoint the public defender. You cannot return back to the 4110 West Pine Hill Circle. No contact with any victims or witnesses in the case. I am going to stay the bond at the $3,500.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir. Mr. Adams?
One of the officers was
Okay.
holding me, and they
Okay,
asked me.
hold on. I just need to advise you before you continue on with whatever you want to tell me. that everything that you say can and probably will be used against you, okay? You're being recorded, so just be very
Okay.
careful what you say, because it can come back to bite you later
Okay.
on, okay?
Yes,
So, if you have a complaint against law enforcement, is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yeah, there was a miscommunication between the officers on the case.
Okay, so if you have a complaint, you can talk to your attorney about it, okay? And they
I
can
just
give you
wanted to
legal
state
advice.
that, just maybe 2 sentences, and I'll be done.
You can say what you want, but I've already advised you that whatever you say could be used against you. So you-
Mr. Adams, sorry.
No, go.
Mr. Adams, this is a public defender who's representing you today. I've taken down notes about that. You need to just talk to your lawyer. Please don't say anything else about your case, okay?
Mr. Adams, did you hear that? That was the attorney who's gonna contact your lawyer. She's in the courtroom right now. She's contacting your lawyer to tell them to communicate with you about what you want to tell me, but it's probably better that you don't say anything on the record. If you want to file a complaint with, I don't know if it's with the sheriff's department, then you'll have to contact the sheriff's department and you can file a complaint. Okay?
I have proof that the reason I was arrested was false, and I showed it to one of the police officers.
That's a defense, so, you'll have to talk to your attorney about that. Okay? But I did find probable cause based on the affidavit and what's inside the affidavit.
The money that was found on me,
Okay, you're starting to talk about what happened and the facts of the case. It's not going to help you today.
I
Okay?
want to be released on my own reconnaissance. I can represent myself once I have my cell phone to prove that what they said is a lie.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna release you on your own recognizance today.
Can you
Your
lower
attorneys
my
will be
bond
able to
because I don't
file a
have that
bond.
amount of money?
Okay, you wanna take some testimony?
I want my
Ms.
bond to
Preston?
be lowered so that I can pay to get out.
Well, I need to hear testimony as to factors that I need to consider in order
I
to
am
determine
homeless.
whether or not I'm gonna lower
I'm
your
homeless,
bond.
and the reason I was there was to get some rest and to use that place as
All right.
a safe haven.
Mr. Adams, have
Half
you
of the
sworn
house
in?
is demolished
No, I have not.
inside of dumpsters, and I was thinking that, as long as they're not coming to demolish the house, that I could be safe, like, with a roof over my head. I didn't burglar. When they caught me, I had nothing in my hands that belonged
Okay,
to
Mr.
anything
Adams,
else.
thank you. Mr. Adams, thank you for your testimony. I'm not going to actually ask you any questions, but I will make argument without testimony. He has only one failure to appear, one felony, one misdemeanor. His last conviction was in 2012. He did just say he was homeless, so I'll use that for him. I'm asking that his bond be reduced $3,500. Is a lot of money for someone who is homeless, especially with his lack of extensive criminal history. We ask his bond be reduced to 100.
Mr. Adams, are you working?
Day labor.
And then how much do you have any money saved up?
I have money, but it's in the evidence locker.
Okay, how much money is in the evidence locker?
About $10,000 in foreign currency. But if I
In
can't
what
get out,
currency?
foreign
The
currency.
The foreign currency that was, I think, is alleged to have been taken from the
Yeah,
home.
and then I have proof that I showed one of the arresting officers that I had that money way prior to.
Okay. Do you have any money in your bank account, Mr. Adams?
I have no bank account,
And you have no other cash?
no other cash.
Ms. Bush, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor, the state has no objection to a reduction in the bond.
Okay, so I'm gonna reduce the bond to the $1,000. I think that's what you said, Ms. Preston. That's what you were requesting. Or pretrial release if he qualifies. He hasn't been interviewed, and I don't know if they'll interview him if they're not selectively interviewing people, so.
Yeah, I would love the pretrial release.
Well, I can't make them interview you, so, but if they can interview you, I have no objection to pretrial release if they're able to qualify you or the $1,000 bond, okay?
Okay, and RRR is out of the question?
I'm not gonna ROR you, Mr. Adams, today, okay? All right, please tell me your name, sir.
David Birdsong.
All right, Mr. Birdsong, you're here in a couple cases. You've got 2020 CF 816180. It's possession of cocaine, possession of drug paraphernalia. I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription, and those bonds will stay at 1,000 and 100. 2020 CT 417480. It's driving while license suspended. I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender. No driving without a valid driver's license, and that bond will be 500. They filed some on-view violations of probation out of Palm Beach County.
Your Honor, that's,
And
excuse me, they
Yes.
transferred that to Orlando. I got
right, but
officer.
I know you're being supervised here, but the original case originated out of Palm Beach, so it will go back to Palm Beach for any violations. Okay?
I
That's
see.
how that works.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is, because they're not transporting people, they may not even want to hold you on the violations of probation, okay, without a violation of probation affidavit from the PO. So at this time, those bonds will stay at none, but I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you here in those cases. And one of the judges here is going to reach out to the judge in Palm Beach County to see if they will give you a bond. And we may also get communication from Palm Beach County indicating that they're not wanting you to be held on that, okay?
Okay.
So you'll probably come back in a couple days for a status hearing on that
Okay.
issue, okay?
Okay.
But you have the public defender, so you can reach out to them with any questions,
Okay.
okay?
Who is the public?
And then they can
defender?
also file bond motions for you in that situation as well, okay?
Okay, so, definitely I won't be, can't get out on pretrial because I'm working and stuff.
I can't do that today for you. We'll have to hear what Palm Beach County wants to do, okay?
Okay.
And then we'll see. Do you know if there's been any communication with Palm Beach County? In terms of, because sometimes if there's an on view, they won't have them held if there's no warrant, you know?
No, ain't no warrant.
It just placed the hold when they did the teletype and they communicated with them.
Yeah, sometimes
Yeah,
we
and
get communication.
No
so,
other communication.
no, okay. So we'll probably get some communication in the next couple days, Mr. Birdsong. So I'll make a note for Judge Carter. She's the one that will probably be communicating. We'll see if they're gonna want you to be held or not, okay?
Okay.
I can't decide that today for you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right? Okay. All right, good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Deontay Brown.
All right, Mr. Brown, you're here in 2020 CF 817380. It's a robbery, sudden snatching. I do find probable cause, and I will appoint the public defender to represent you in the case. No contact with any victim, witness, or co-defendant in the case. No return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred, and no weapons, no firearms, and no ammunition. Now, where are you living right now, Mr. Brown?
I used to live with my mother. I don't live in Orlando. I live in Kissimmee.
I'm sorry?
I live in Kissimmee.
Okay, and where in Kissimmee are you living?
661 Hacienda Circle.
Is that your mom's house or somebody,
Yes.
whose house is that?
Yes, that's my mom's house, but I don't live with my mom anymore, unfortunately.
Okay, so you don't have a home right now, is what you're telling me?
I stay with a friend.
Okay, where is that address?
I don't know the address, but it's called Cascades. It's in Kissimmee.
Cascades? Is
Yes,
that an
ma'am.
apartment complex?
Yes.
Are you able to afford the $1,000 bond or no?
No.
Okay. All right, Mr. Brown, if I release you on your own recognizance, I've read the facts of the case, and he has no prior history. You need to make sure, are you getting your mail at the Hacienda Circle? Are you able to get your mail there or
Oh,
not?
yes. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, so that's where they're gonna send any notice to you, and that's the address that the public defender's office is gonna have for you.
All right.
So if you move or you want to change that address, you need to contact the public defender as well as the clerk's office. If you miss any court dates, you'll probably get a warrant, and then you'll be sitting here at no bond, and you don't want that, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good luck.
All right. Thank you.
So I'm gonna ROR. And can we put in there, get in touch with the public, here, sir? I'm gonna order that you get in touch with you call the public defender's office within 24 hours of your release, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
That's the phone number right there,
All right. All right. Thank
okay?
you.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon, tell me your name, please.
Marco Antonio Caro Ortiz.
All right, Mr. Caro Ortiz, you're here in 2020 CF 8170AO. It's a possession of methamphetamine. I do find probable cause, and I will appoint the public defender. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. I am going to stay the bond at the $1,000. I'm not taking any action on the out on release case. Make sure you do have an attorney in that case. Make sure you don't miss any upcoming court dates or anything that you need to be at, okay? All right, thank you.
The next person on the docket, Your Honor, Brittany Carroll, refuse.
Okay, I will find her refusal to be a waiver, appoint the public defender. 2020 CF 8168AO. Ms. Cusson, do you want to formally waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, it's 3 counts of petty theft, 2 prior convictions. I do find probable cause. No return to any target. No contact with any victims or witnesses, and abide by the trespass warning. And the bond will stay at 1,000, 150, and 150. Good afternoon, tell me your name.
Zuleika Colon Figueroa.
Okay. Julio Castro Phoebus, or, I'm sorry, that's the next one I had. Is that, I couldn't hear.
Oh, my name is Zuleika Colon Figueroa.
Okay. I had Julio Castro Phoebus next.
He refused court, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. I'll address Ms. Colon Figueroa's case first. All right, ma'am, you're here in 2020 CF 8179AO. You're arrested for possession of alprazolam, possession of cannabis less than 20 grams, criminal mischief, and trespass in a conveyance. I do find probable cause for those offenses, and I'll appoint the public defender. So, no contact with any victim or witness, no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription, no return to the scene, and abide by the trespass. And she's not able to be qualified for pretrial release.
What'd you say? Excuse me, what'd you say?
Was anyone able, do we know if it's been updated and if her contact was reached?
Yeah, our community ties wasn't verified.
It wasn't?
No.
Okay. Where are you living right now?
I live with my mom
Where's that at?
in Holden, 1132 43rd Road, Orlando, Florida, 32839.
Okay. And how long have you been there?
I've been living there almost for 30 years.
Okay. And do you work?
30 years, my mom lived there. That's her house. I live with my mom.
Do you work? Do you work? Are you employed?
No, I don't work, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Colon Figueroa, that's where you're gonna get your mail, right? At that address that you just gave me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I appointed the public defender. It's very important that if you move or you are not getting your mail there, you contact them in the clerk's office and you change that. They're gonna send you notice for any court dates. If you don't get it and you don't show up or do what you need to do, you'll probably get a warrant.
Okay. Do I get
So I'm
released
gonna
today?
I am going to release you today, ROR. Make sure that you keep in touch with the public defender. I'm going to order that you contact them within 24 hours of your release, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
And Mr. Castro Phoebus was a refusal, you said?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So that's 2020 CF 8171AO, and he's a refusal. I find that to be a waiver. I'll appoint the public defender. And Ms. Custon, did you, well, I mean, you want to formally waive, but it's a
Yes, Your
refusal.
Honor, I would like to waive, but I'm asking that his release be, he be ROR'd. He has no criminal history, according to the face sheet.
Yeah, unfortunately, I really don't have any information about him. He has an open case in Seminole County for DUI and careless driving. He wasn't able to complete, or he was not capable of completing the interview. Most of the answers are unknown or unable to answer. So I'm not comfortable RORing him. If you want me to reset it for tomorrow to get that testimony from Judge Carter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll reset Mr. Castro Phoebus for IA tomorrow.
Just to arrest me. I'm good, thank you.
All right, please tell me your name, sir.
John Couture, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Couture, you're here in 2020 CF 8176AO. You're arrested for possession of methamphetamine and possession of drug paraphernalia. I do find probable cause for that offense or those offenses, and I will appoint the public defender. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. Are you living here locally?
I live in Sanford, Your Honor.
Okay, where do you live?
I live at 2764 Ridgewood Avenue, apartment 100.
Okay, and that's where you get your mail?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, so I'm going to release you on your own recognizance with the condition no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If you move or you get your mail somewhere else, you need to change that with the public defender as well as the clerk.
Understood.
I'm also ordering that you get in touch with the PD's office within 24 hours of your release, okay?
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
The next person at the podium, Your Honor, Jose Cruz Rodriguez, refuse.
Okay, I'm gonna find that to be a waiver. Appoint the PD 2020 CF 8172AO. Ms. Custin, do you want to formally waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's a possession of heroin. I do find probable cause. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. I'm going to stay the bond, but I won't revoke any release on the other case. The bond will be stayed at $1,000. All right, tell me your name, please.
DeMarcus Lizelle English.
Mr. English, you're here in 2020 CF 8162AO. You're arrested for burglary of an unoccupied structure, possession of cocaine, and possession of drug paraphernalia. I do find probable cause for those offenses, and I will appoint the public defender. So no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription, no contact with any victims or witnesses, no return back to that residence.
Yes, ma'am.
1516 37th Street. And I'm going to stay the bond at $3,500, $150, and $100.
Yes,
You're
ma'am.
out on release in multiple cases. Got a burg dwelling, petty theft, trespassing dwelling, and a petty theft. So I am going to revoke the releases and set those bonds at none at this time. I'm going to appoint the PD in any case where he doesn't previously have the PD. If some of these I'm showing, I don't see that if the PD was appointed or not. So 2020 MM 3852. He has a PD on all? Okay. 2020 MM 4124 AO and 2020 CF 2450AO. So the public defender will have to file motions to set bond for you, Mr. English, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good luck.
Come on. Right here, too. Put your hand.
All right, tell me your name, please.
Michael Florent.
All right, Mr. Florent, you're here in 2020 CF 8184AO. It's a burglary of an occupied dwelling, tampering with a witness to hinder communication to law enforcement, and criminal mischief, less than 200. And I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender. No contact with any victim or witness, and no return back to that residence. And I am staying the bond at $5,000, $150, $100. You're out on release. 2020 CF 6465AO for attempted burglary of a dwelling. The PD was previously appointed. I am going to revoke the release and set the bond at none at this time. Mr. Florent, you're going to have to contact the public defender. And they'll have to file.
All right.
Don't pull that mask off. You can hear me, Your Honor? Oh, I guess you can't. Oh, yeah. They can't. She. You can just stand right there. Everything just kind of shut down right now. You said you thought I was playing.
Oh. No, we ready to go home. We ain't playing. I'm ready to go.
I think she can hear us. We can't hear her.
Probably have to reboot it.
You broke it. Gene broke it.
Yeah, see, English has been here so many times, bless his heart. Man, that's Gene. Another page to go.
Once we get to that one page.
You think it's safe, right? Hey, put your mask on.
Good job.
You need to take that mask off, man.
Please.
Weirdo.
No, I'm just saying, please keep it on. Thank you, I appreciate it. Trying to get us roped down.
What's the problem? Pandemic.
Pandemic.
What's that?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, yeah.
If you gotta keep asking, you probably need to go back to your stand. If you don't keep that mask on, you'll find out what.
Can hear you.
Can you hear us, Judge?
I can hear you, but you can't hear me.
I can hear you now.
Oh, now they can hear me. Thanks, Tara. Okay, bye. Okay, I think courtroom 3 was connecting to downtown and it screwed everything up, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay.
We're good now.
We're good to go now. Okay. All right, can you tell me your name, please?
Mohammed Jean.
All right, Mr. Is your last name Jean or last name Mohammed?
Jean.
Okay, Mr. Jean, you're here in 2020 CF 8167AO. You're arrested for carrying a concealed firearm, tampering with physical evidence, possession of a firearm with a serial number removed, and resisting an officer without violence. I do find probable cause, and I will appoint the public defender to represent you. So no weapons or firearms or any ammunition. I am gonna stay the bond at 2,500 on count 1. Count 2 will be 150. Count 3 will be 150. Count 4 will be 100. So keep in touch with the public defender's office. Looks like you've got 3 juvenile violations of probation, so something may happen with that, okay? So you're aware.
Okay, that's it.
All right, please tell me your name.
Tabri Oliver.
All right, Mr. Oliver. Thank you. All right, you're here in 2020 CF 8166AO. It's grand theft, third degree of a motor vehicle, and a trespass in a conveyance. And I do find probable cause for those offenses. I am gonna appoint the public defender to represent you in that case. So no contact with any victim or witness. The bond will stay at 1,000 on count 1 and 100 on count 2. Not gonna take any action on the other case. You're gonna have to continue to report to pretrial release on the trespass case, okay?
Okay.
Don't get rearrested. If you keep getting arrested, chances are it may get revoked.
Okay.
That's it. Take it.
All right.
Okay, step up.
All right, please tell me your name.
Andrea Colleen Sharber.
All right, Ms. Sharber, you're here in 2020 CF 8163AO. It's a burglary of an unoccupied dwelling, possession of drug paraphernalia. I do find probable cause, and I will appoint the public defender to represent you. No contact with any victim or witness, no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription, and you may not return back to that residence at 1516 37th Street. Was she not interviewed? I don't know, she's an active warrant?
Yeah, she has an active warrant.
And that's out of Indiana, but not she's not extraditable, okay. Okay. All right, I am gonna stay the bond at the 3,500 and the 100. Ms. Sharber, if you're unable to make that bond, you're gonna have to contact the public defender's office.
Heather.
Your Honor, may I question her about how much she can pay bond?
Sure. Can you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes? Okay, you can put your hand down now.
Ms. Sharber, will you be able to afford a monetary bond?
Not paying a bond.
You're not paying a bond?
Nope.
You want to stay in jail?
There was no paraphernalia in that home.
Okay. So right now the judge is going, it sounds like she was going to give a monetary bond, which means you can't get out unless you paid money. So I'm asking you, I'm a public defender in the other courtroom. What I'm asking is how much money can you afford?
None.
Do you have any money?
I have no cash on me.
Do you have any cash in a bank account?
No. Not that I'm willing to give to a court.
How much do you have that you're not willing to give to a court?
That's my personal business.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Bush?
No questions, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Any argument, Ms. Preston?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Ms. Sharber, your bond will stay set at $3,500 and the $100. Again, no return back there, no drugs or alcohol, and no contact with anyone at that location.
And Your Honor, may we have that include the co-defendant as well?
And the co-defendant, Mr. English, as well. All right.
The next person on the docket, Your Honor, is Gerodrick Latard Smith Hospital.
Okay, I'm gonna reset these cases within 24 hours of release from the hospital.
Your Honor, may I ask, the IMS showed this guy as purple. I've never seen that before.
I don't
Do
know
you
what
know?
that means.
That means he's in the hospital.
Okay, thank you. Just the internal management system of the jail. I've never seen it, so.
I don't know color.
The ones that's in the hospital is always in purple.
Okay, thank you. And Your Honor, you're going to appoint on the new one just for now, or do you want to wait?
I'm just gonna wait. I don't know if Mr. Fromming, he has Mr.
I saw that.
Fromming, so yeah, and we'll just wait till the IA. All right, please tell me your name, sir.
Taven Stanley.
All right, Mr. Stanley, you're here in 2020 CF 8160. You were arrested for possession of cocaine and possession of MDMA. I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender in that case. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. And the bond will stay at $1,150. It's 2019 CF 11436AO. It's a failure to appear for a trial on March 10th, 2020, and the bond is set at none. Does he have the PD in that case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so you're gonna, the public defender's office will have to file a bond motion for you in Division 15, okay?
Okay, that's the only way I can get a bond?
That's the only way that you're gonna get a bond on that case, okay? Not from me today. I can't modify your bond, and I can't modify a capias, and specifically the judge put on there not to be modified, so, okay?
I understand. I was just, because I just started school and I got a job and my family's at home and they need me. That's why I
Well,
was trying to.
the public defender's in the courtroom with me, and my guess is she's quickly going to be emailing your attorney in that case to let them know that they need to file a bond motion for you, okay?
Okay.
All right, Mr. Stanley, good luck. All right, please tell me your name.
Chancellor Thornton.
All right, Mr. Thornton, you're here in 2020 CF 8180AO. It's possession of cocaine and possession of Xanax. And I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. And he did not qualify for pretrial release because he would not answer questions. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, I am gonna stay the bond at the 1,000 and the 150. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription, sir. Thank you.
There you go. This is fine.
All right, please tell me your name.
Daniel Torres.
All right, Mr. Torres, you're here 2020 CF 8159AO. You're arrested for DUI or possession of cocaine and DUI. And I do find probable cause for those offenses, and I will appoint the public defender to represent you. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. The bond will stay at 1,000 and 500.
My bond.
I am going to revoke the release in 2019 CF 14921AO.
You revoke my other bond?
And I think he has the PD in that case. You do have the public defender. They're going to have to file a motion to set bond for you, Mr. Torres, okay?
Your Honor, did you revoke my other bond?
You're out on bond, I revoke.
Is revoked?
You have a bond in the new case. You no longer have a bond in the other case.
So if I pay here, I don't have, I still can come out. Can you
Mr.
lift the
Torres,
bond? You
if
can
your
lift,
public, It's your public defender. I've emailed your attorney on your out on bond case. You don't have a bond today, so if you pay those other bonds, there'd be no reason. So make sure you talk to your attorney first about getting a bond motion and your best course of action, okay?
Okay.
All right, good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Justin Tyler.
All right, Mr. Tyler, you're here in 2020 CF 8165AO. You're arrested for aggravated battery, great bodily harm with a weapon, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, aggravated assault with a motor vehicle, and grand theft third degree of a motor vehicle. And I do find probable cause for all of those offenses, and I'll appoint the public defender. No contact with any victim or witness, no drugs, no alcohol without a valid prescription, no weapons, no firearms, and no ammunition. And you may not return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred. The bond will stay at $10,000, $150, $150, and $150. You're out on bond and ROR in some counts for ag assault with a deadly weapon, criminal mischief, and petty theft. I am going to revoke the release. Set the bond at none. Ms. Bobeck represents you in that case, so you're going to have to contact Ms. Bobeck. It looks like you had a court date tomorrow, so I'm sure she would like to know where you are, so you may want to get in touch with her as soon as you can, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Your Honor, the next person on the docket, Lauren Zimmer, mental health.
Okay, so it's 2020 CF 8024AO. I am going to appoint the public defender. Ms. Cusson, do you want to waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and it's a warrant for false report of a bombing and unlawful use of a two-way communication device. And so probable cause was previously found. She's not to return back to that, I think it's the TGI Fridays, 5933 Caravan Court in Orlando, Florida. No contact with any witnesses in the case as well, that was not on the warrant. I'm adding that. I'm gonna stay the bond at the 5,000 and the 150. All right, good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Jason Chambers.
All right, Mr. Chambers, you're here in 2018 CF 7119. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant for a violation of probation, and the judge did set your bond at none in that case. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you in that case. You'll see Judge Whitehead in a couple days for your arraignment. We've also got 2020 CF 8175AO, possession of a controlled substance without a valid prescription. And I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender in that case. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. That bond will stay at 1,000. I'll take no action on the other. Looks like you have a pretrial diversion case with Stuart Hyman.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll take no action on that. You may get rejected from the program, so make sure you keep in touch with Mr. Hyman. Let him know what happened, okay?
Okay.
And you'll see Judge Whitehead in a couple days for the VOP. All right?
Thank you.
Okay. All right, good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Billy D. Williams.
All right. Mr. Williams, you're here on an Osceola County warrant, and you have a $250 bond in that case. I'm going to appoint the public defender here to represent you. I'm not going to take any action on any case in Orange County. You have a trespass case. The PD was previously appointed. Are you able to bond out now that that hold is lifted?
I'll be able to bond out.
You won't be able to be bond out? Okay, so what, one of the judges here is gonna have to contact the judge in Osceola County to see if they will release you in another manner other than the bond.
No, I was saying I was saying I would be able to bond out.
Oh, you would? Okay, all right. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. All right, so if you're able to bond out, you can bond out now, okay?
Okay, cool.
Don't miss any court dates in Orange or Osceola, all right?
Okay.
Okay, good luck. All right, anything else?
No, Your Honor. Oh, we didn't get arraignments for tomorrow. I'm not sure if we don't have any.
That would be a first.
Yeah, I was thinking.
And there is none.
There is none.
Oh, yay. Okay, cool.
And then there's one
One on
right now on
Wednesday.
Wednesday and then 4 on Thursday, but that could change. All right, thanks. They're still open. I don't think they've been closed, so. Yeah, lucky you guys. No arraignments.
I just want to waive if I can, you know?
Yeah, no, it is very helpful because, then they come to court and then they want to resolve it and they can't and.
It's hard to communicate like this.
All right, anything else from courtroom 2?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I'll see you guys Thursday.
Okay, have a good day and be safe.
Okay, you too. You too.
I put back the driving record. I don't know.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can put your hand down. State your name, please.
Gregory Tuck.
All right, Mr. Tuck, you were here this morning in case 17 CF 4340, and you had filed a motion for a Nelson hearing. And let me explain that a little bit to you, and then we'll proceed. You do have the right to be represented by a lawyer in this case, and right now you have a court-appointed lawyer. You have a right to have competent representation. You don't, as a court-appointed lawyer, have the right to a lawyer of your choice. If you are not receiving competent representation from the lawyer that you have, I have the discretion to appoint another lawyer to represent you. If I find that you are receiving competent representation from the lawyer that you have, I cannot appoint another lawyer to represent you. Your choices then would be to either continue with the lawyer that you have and try to work out any differences you may have, or to make arrangements to hire a lawyer of your choice, or to elect to represent yourself. I've read your motion, and just so we're all on the same page, you say that Mr. Zaleski, who is your lawyer, has not been effective due to not giving a phone number or any other way to contact him after you having requested that many times and not having visited or met with you about the case. And finally, you indicated that he's not provided any of the paperwork in your case to you. And I guess you have repeatedly requested, I'm not sure that I understand the last sentence. It says, furthermore, he has not provided any of the papers that has repeatedly requested or looked further into his case. So you're saying that you've requested paperwork and he hasn't provided them, and he hasn't looked further into your case, is that what?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I had anger management classes I did. They were saying I never did them. He never went and looked for them. I had to have my other attorney from my misdemeanor case go get him for me because he had left me no way to get a hold of him, and he was not responding to me any kind of way. I asked him if he could go get him, and he never got him. I've asked for multiple different paperwork. He's never.
You've asked for what? I'm sorry?
anger management classes I did.
I'm having a hard time hearing that. You asked him for,
I did anger management classes.
oh, anger management. Okay, so you're asking for him to get proof that you completed your anger management?
Yeah, and he never did. I had to have my attorney for my misdemeanor to get them for me because he wouldn't.
Okay.
Your Honor, he has done anger management, and the original offer on this case from lawyer Demers was 36 months. Because we found out that he did do anger management, I spoke to her and she agreed to go down to the bottom of the guidelines of 30 months. And at that point, I met with him again about the 30 months, and he said he was on the fence, so he put it off for a month. And then I went back again, and he said, no, he's not going to do that. He wants to plead open to the court. And that's where it stands right now.
So as far as preparing the case for a hearing, should it go to a hearing, you'd be prepared to proceed?
Yes, Judge. There's not a whole lot for them to prove, but I'm ready to go if he wants to.
Okay. Mr. Tuck, did you hear all that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it sounds like essentially you have several choices in the case. The state has made a plea offer, which they amended because they were convinced that you did complete the anger management class, as you suggest. Because of that, instead of the 36 months they had originally offered as a negotiated plea, they'd be willing to go to the lowest permissible sentence under the Criminal Punishment Code, which would be 30 months, I'm told.
That's correct, Judge.
And so, that being the case, you have the option at this time of entering an admission to the violation with an agreed-upon resolution of 30 months state prison with credit for the time that you've served. You have the right to enter an admission to the court without any agreement, in which case the court could impose any sentence from as low as 30 months up to 15 years state prison. I could impose a sentence of less than the 30 months, which is the lowest permissible sentence under the Criminal Punishment Code score sheet, but only if I find that there's a legal basis for a downward departure sentence and that a downward departure sentence is appropriate in your case. I don't know anything about the facts of your case or about the facts of the violations. I don't know whether there is something that the court would consider a legal basis. And secondly, I don't know that the court would find that to be appropriate in your case or not. But those are the two options if you want to resolve the case by an admission. You also always have the right to have a hearing in this case, and the state would be required to present evidence and prove that you did willfully violate your probation. If they did not prove that, at least by the greater weight of the evidence, then you could not be found guilty of any violation. So that's what your choices are. It appears that Mr. Zaleski has communicated with you. He is aware of the facts of your case and has resolved the issue with respect to the anger management allegation. The other allegations are that you violate Condition 5 by committing a battery on or about December 12th of 2019, and that you violated the special condition that you not have contact with the victim or the victim's family by allegedly having contact with Michelle Martin on December 12th of 2019. So those are the two alleged violations that would be at issue at trial. The anger management is no longer a part of the alleged violation. Based on what I've heard, I don't find that you're not receiving effective assistance of counsel, or to put it more properly, I do find that you are receiving effective assistance from your lawyer. So I cannot appoint another lawyer to represent you. You have Mr. Zaleski. You always retain the right to fire him if you choose to do so, but that's at your peril. If you did fire him, you would have to hire your own lawyer or elect to represent yourself in the case. All right. Thank you, sir. The case remains set for violation of probation as previously set, unless it's said otherwise. Okay, John Martinez?
Hello, Cisco Unity connection messaging.
All right, we're trying to get the interpreter, so bear with us.
Morning.
Morning.
Previously sworn in today?
I'm sorry, did you say you have been sworn or have not been sworn?
Yes, Your Honor. I have been sworn in today.
Okay, very well. We're here at this time in case 18 CF 2521, State versus John Christopher Martinez. Mr. Martinez is at the correctional facility, so he does not have the headset on. So, Mr. Martinez, if you'll tell us your name, please.
Señor Martínez, por favor, díganos su nombre.
John Martinez.
John Martínez.
Mr. Martinez, you are here today for arraignment in case 18 CF 2521.
Señor Martínez, usted se encuentra acá en el día de hoy para su vista incoatoria en el caso 18 CF 2521.
In this case, you were placed on community control for shooting at, within, or into an occupied vehicle.
En este caso, a usted se le había impuesto régimen de reclusión domiciliaria por disparar hacia o en dirección a un vehículo ocupado.
You've been accused of violating your community control in this case.
A usted se le acusa de haber incumplido con esa reclusión domiciliaria.
It is alleged that you violated Condition 5 by committing the offense of battery on or about June 16th of 2020 in Osceola County.
Se le acusa de incumplir con la condición 5 por haber cometido el ilícito de agresión física en fecha exacta o aproximada 16 de junio de 2020 en el condado de Osceola.
Do you understand what it is you've been accused of, sir?
¿Usted entiende, señor, la acusación en su contra?
Sí lo entiendo, pero yo no violé la probatoria.
Yes, I understand, but I did not violate my probation.
Yo no hice el tipo de agresión.
I did not commit that battery.
Okay, well, I'm not suggesting that you did, sir. I'm just telling you what the charge is against you.
Yo no estoy diciendo, señor, que usted lo haya cometido. Yo solamente le estoy explicando cuáles son los cargos en su contra.
Sí.
Yes.
Judge, according to my docket, PD is not appointed or is now?
You were appointed at initial appearance.
Okay.
By Lee Schreiber.
Su señoría, según mi calendario, no se ha designado el defensor público. ¿Acaso ya se ha designado? Sí, se designó durante la vista de primera instancia.
We'll enter a denial on all allegations.
Asentaremos negación a todas las acusaciones.
Ms. Martinez, I will accept the denial of the violation.
Señor Martínez, ¿se asentará una negación con respecto al incumplimiento?
Your case is set for a violation of probation hearing on September 24th with a status hearing on September 22nd.
El caso se fija para una audiencia de incumplimiento con la libertad vigilada el día 24 de septiembre y se hará una vista preparatoria el día 22 de septiembre.
A lawyer from the Office of the Public Defender will be in touch with you very shortly.
En breve le contactará un abogado de la Oficina del Defensor Público.
And he or she will be able to explain to you what options you have. You may be able to resolve the case earlier than September.
Y él o ella le explicará cuáles son las opciones que usted tiene y probablemente pueda resolver el caso antes de septiembre.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Gracias, señor.
You know, Madam Interpreter, while we have you on the line, we have another case, and that is case 19 CF 3652, State versus Jorge Guivas. Jorge?
John Zaleski for Mr. Rivas.
All right, good morning, sir. If you'll please raise your right hand.
Buenos días, señor. Por favor, levante la mano derecha.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Jura solemnemente y promete que el testimonio que dará será la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad.
Lo juro.
I do.
Please tell us your name, sir.
Señor, diga su nombre, por favor.
Jorge Guivas.
Jorge Vivas.
Mr. Cuevas, you are here today because you filed a motion to dismiss your lawyer.
Señor Vivas, usted se encuentra aquí en el día de hoy porque usted radicó un pedimento para despedir a su abogado.
Es correcto.
That is correct.
And we will address that in a moment. I need to explain a few things to you.
Y eso lo trataremos en un momento, pero primero tengo que explicarle algunas cosas.
You have the right at any time to fire or dismiss your lawyer if you wish to.
Usted tiene en todo momento el derecho a despedir o a terminar los servicios de su abogado.
The court, since this is a court-appointed lawyer, the court can appoint another lawyer to represent you if the court finds that you are not receiving effective assistance from the lawyer that you have.
El tribunal puede decidir, teniendo en cuenta que esto es un abogado designado por el tribunal, podemos decidir designarle otro si se logra establecer que usted no está recibiendo la asesoría efectiva que debe recibir de su abogado.
If I do not find that you are receiving ineffective assistance of counsel, I cannot appoint another lawyer to represent you.
Si no se logra establecer que la asesoría de su abogado es inefectiva, no se podría designar otro abogado en representación suya.
If that is the case, then your choices would be to continue with the lawyer that you have.
Si ese llegara a ser el caso, entonces usted tendría varias opciones. Una de ellas sería continuar con el abogado que ella tiene
Or to make arrangements to hire another lawyer to represent you.
o hacer los preparativos necesarios para contratar otro abogado para que les represente.
Or to choose to represent yourself.
O también puede decidir autorrepresentarse.
Representing yourself is always your right, but it does come with some very significant possible disadvantages.
El autorrepresentarse es un derecho que usted tiene en todo momento, pero también puede acarrear ciertas desventajas potenciales.
And if you were to decide to represent yourself, I would have to have discussion with you about those issues.
Y si usted decidiera autorrepresentarse, yo tendría una conversación con usted con respecto a esos asuntos.
I've read your motion, which I presume you had someone help you write while you were in the jail there.
He leído su pedimento, que me imagino que alguien le ayudó a escribir mientras usted se encontraba en la cárcel.
Es correcto.
That is correct.
The motion essentially says that you have not had, in your opinion, adequate conversation with your lawyer.
El pedimento dice básicamente que, en su opinión, usted no ha tenido una conversación adecuada con su abogado,
That you feel that Mr. Zaleski has failed to interview witnesses in your case,
que usted considera que el señor Zaleski no ha entrevistado a los testigos en el caso,
that you feel Mr. Zaleski has failed to conduct depositions in your case,
que usted considera que el señor Zaleski no ha llevado a cabo las declaraciones juradas necesarias en su caso
and that he has failed to prepare a defense in this case.
y que él ha faltado en preparar la correcta defensa en su caso.
Is that essentially your complaint?
Es correcto, entre otras cosas.
That is correct, among other things.
Okay. Mr. Zaleski, where are you as far as preparing this case?
Well, let's talk about how he says that I never respond to him or that I haven't seen him. We got this case in October of last year. I met with him almost immediately to talk to him about the case.
If you'll do your speaking in brief segments so the interpreter can.
Yes, Judge.
Licenciado Zaleski, ¿en qué punto se encuentra usted con respecto a la preparación del caso? Bueno, comencemos con respecto al planteamiento de que yo nunca le he respondido o nunca lo he visto. Nosotros recibimos este caso en octubre pasado y casi inmediatamente yo me reuní con él para que habláramos con respecto al caso.
I met with him on January 28th, along with my assistant who speaks fluently in both languages, and we went through all the videos in his case.
Yo me reuní con él el 28 de junio junto con mi asistente que habla de manera fluida ambos idiomas y repasamos todos los videos del caso.
On February 13th, State and myself met with you, Your Honor, regarding a plea conference where you stated you would cap any plea at 20 years.
El día 13 de febrero, la Fiscalía y yo nos reunimos con usted, su señoría, en una vista preparatoria en la que usted indicó que pondría el límite máximo de la sentencia en el plazo de los 20 años.
On the very next day, February 14th, I went to the jail and visited with him again, relaying that 20-year maximum offer.
Y el mismo día siguiente, el 14 de febrero, yo fui a la cárcel y me volví a entrevistar con él y le expliqué ese máximo que usted había indicado de los 20 años.
Also on that day, I talked to him about entering a plea and a pre-sentencing investigation would be done before he was sentenced.
Además, ese día hablamos con respecto a que él aceptara el convenio declaratorio y le expliqué que se llevaría a cabo un informe precondenatorio antes de la sentencia.
On March 9th, I went and visited him at the jail again with my interpreter and asked him whether or not he wants to take a 20-year maximum deal.
El día 9 de marzo le volví a visitar en la cárcel con mi intérprete y le pregunté si él quería o no aceptar este trato, que podría ser un máximo de hasta 20 años.
The day after that, we began to prepare taking depositions, which have been canceled because of COVID-19, and we are now in the process of rescheduling those.
Al día siguiente comenzamos a coordinar las declaraciones juradas, que luego se cancelaron por causa del COVID-19. En estos momentos estamos comenzando a fijar nuevas fechas para todas esas declaraciones juradas.
Depending on how this goes today, we have scheduled a video conference with him at the jail and myself and my assistant in my office.
Dependiendo del resultado de esta audiencia en el día de hoy, tenemos ya fijada una videoconferencia que lo incluirá a él en la cárcel, a mí y a mi asistente desde la oficina.
So you have received the discovery paperwork from the state attorney's office?
Yes, he's been given that.
Entonces, ¿usted ha recibido el material probatorio de los fiscales? Sí, eso se le ha dado a él.
And you received the reports from from law enforcement and any experts?
Y recibió los informes de las autoridades.
I initially received, I think it was 75 pages of material. And since then, there have been a couple of other documents which has also been given to the defendant.
Inicialmente yo recibí unas 75 páginas aproximadamente. Desde ese momento he recibido un par de documentos más que también se le han entregado al acusado.
You indicated you'd also received video and photographic evidence that you've gone over with your client.
Extensive video, surveillance videos from the location, the pawn shop, the bank across the street. We've also got probably 5 eyewitnesses to it as well.
Y además usted recibió el material de videos y otras pruebas gráficas. Sí, recibimos varios videos de la casa de empeño, del banco que está al frente y además tenemos 5 testigos presenciales.
And did you receive DNA evidence or reports of DNA evidence?
I have not.
Y además usted recibió prueba de ADN. No.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Guivas?
Bien, ¿algo más, señor Guivas?
Sí, es verdad que él ha venido en varias ocasiones a verme a la cárcel.
Well, yes, it is true that he's come to the jail to see me in several occasions.
En las cuales en todas no duramos ni 20 minutos, ni el día que me mostró los videos, porque todo era una prisa. Yo le he traído a colación puntos que yo he encontrado en el caso, los cuales él ahora está diciendo que va a hacer las deposiciones, pero en el primer caso, cuando yo le traje los puntos a discutir, él me dijo que Fiscalía lo que hacía era ponerse molesta si él se ponía a hacer deposiciones y que no me convenía. Yo entiendo que un abogado que esté a mi
Un momentito, señor, por favor. Un momentito. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I am asking him to stop at that point.
Thank you.
Well, yes, but any of the visits went over 20 minutes, not even when he came with the videos. He was always in a hurry. And I mentioned a few issues to him, and it is now that he's set into the positions. But back then, when I first mentioned those points to him, he told me that the state would get upset if we kept trying to conduct the depots.
I think what he's trying to say, Judge, is that I will sometimes tell the defendant that if we take depositions, then oftentimes the state will revoke that offer.
Yo creo que lo que él está tratando de decir es que yo le dije en algunas ocasiones al acusado que si procedíamos a las declaraciones juradas, la fiscalía podía retirar la oferta.
And Mr. Rivas, I think we may have cut your answer short, so if there's more you had to say.
Señor, parece ser que le cortamos en lo que estaba diciendo. Si quiere continuar.
Entiendo yo, ¿verdad?, que debe haber una relación entre abogado-cliente que trabajen juntos en el caso. Una relación que con el señor Zaleski yo no he llegado a establecer, no sé si es por el idioma o porque simplemente él no tiene tiempo para atender mi caso como es debido.
To my understanding, isn't it, there should be a work relationship between the attorney and the client so that they can work together in the case. That relationship with Mr. Zaleski has not been established. I don't know if it is because of the language barrier or because he just doesn't have time to work on my case.
All right. Thank you.
Gracias, señor.
Mr. Guivas, I understand there may be some communication issues. There may be, as you suggest, maybe in part due to the language barrier.
Señor Vivas, yo entiendo que puedan existir ciertos problemas de comunicación y que, como usted sugiere, la barrera del idioma pueda ser un elemento.
But it is apparent that Mr. Zaleski has met with you and discussed your case.
Pero parece ser que el licenciado Zaleski se ha reunido con usted y han hablado del caso.
He has met with the prosecutor and discussed the case and obtained a plea offer from the state.
Él se ha reunido con el fiscal, han hablado del caso y han obtenido la oferta de la fiscalía.
He has met with the court, discussed the case, and I indicated what the court would be willing to do if this was a plea to the bench.
Él se ha reunido además con el juez, hemos hablado del caso y ya yo he indicado lo que estoy dispuesto a hacer si esto terminara siendo un convenio ante el juez.
So that's all any competent attorney would do if representing you in the case.
Y eso es lo que haría cualquier abogado competente que le estuviera representando en este caso.
He has received and reviewed the discovery paperwork from the state.
Usted ha recibido y ha podido revisar el material probatorio que ha entregado la Fiscalía.
He has received and reviewed the video evidence that the state has in the case.
E igualmente la prueba de video que tiene la Fiscalía en el caso.
Sí, aproximadamente como 3 minutos.
Let me finish.
Yes, I saw approximately 3 minutes of the videos.
Okay.
That's not true.
And he has reviewed the statements of the witnesses that were given to law enforcement.
Y ha revisado las declaraciones de los testigos que se le entregaron a las autoridades.
The only thing that has not been accomplished yet is formal depositions taken of state witnesses.
Lo único que no se ha llevado a cabo son las declaraciones juradas de los testigos de la Fiscalía.
That process has been complicated, as you might suspect, by the pandemic.
Y ese proceso se ha complicado, como usted debe imaginarse, a causa de la pandemia.
But Mr. Zaleski is in the process of arranging those depositions. But Mr. Zaleski is in the process of arranging those depositions.
Y el licenciado Zaleski está trabajando para coordinar esas declaraciones.
There is nothing further that any competent defense lawyer would be doing in your case other than what Mr. Zaleski is.
No hay nada más que ningún abogado defensor competente pudiera hacer en su caso, como no sea todo lo que ha hecho el licenciado Zaleski.
I fully understand your frustration. This is taking a long time.
Entendemos su frustración porque esto está tomando mucho tiempo
And it's taking a lot longer than it would under normal circumstances absent the COVID-19 issue.
y está tomando mucho más tiempo de lo que habría tomado en circunstancias normales y eso es parte de las complicaciones del COVID-19.
The case is presently set for trial in August, and I can't guarantee you that we will be doing jury trials in August.
Su caso actualmente está fijado para juicio en agosto y yo no puedo garantizarle que en el mes de agosto estaremos haciendo juicios por jurado.
However, your attorney between now and then will have time to fully prepare the case for trial, should it go to trial.
Sin embargo, desde ahora hasta esa fecha, su abogado tendrá tiempo de preparar todo lo relacionado con el caso para juicio si es que llegara a juicio.
So I find that you are receiving effective assistance of counsel from Mr. Zaleski.
Determino entonces que el licenciado Zaleski le está brindando asistencia efectiva desde el punto de vista jurídico.
I would ask that you both work on the communication issues because it's much better if you feel comfortable with your communication with your lawyer and feel confident in your lawyer.
Le pido a los dos que trabajen en cuanto a la comunicación porque es mucho mejor si usted confía en su abogado y se siente cómodo con su servicio.
Of course, a lawyer can't change the facts and can't change the evidence.
El abogado obviamente no puede cambiar los hechos del caso ni puede cambiar la prueba.
The only thing the lawyer can do is zealously contest the evidence that the state is claiming they have against you and present any evidence that may be in your favor if your case goes to trial.
Lo único que puede hacer el abogado es contradecir la prueba que tenga la fiscalía en su contra y tratar de presentar prueba a su favor si el caso llegara a juicio.
So I will not, if you choose to fire Mr. Zaleski, I will not be able to appoint another lawyer to represent you.
Por tanto, si usted decidiera despedir al licenciado Zaleski, yo no voy a poder designarle otro abogado para que les represente.
At this time, your case will remain set for the August 24th trial docket. Hopefully we can get the case resolved during that period.
En este momento dado, el caso sigue fijado para el calendario de juicio del mes de agosto y esperamos que podamos resolverlo antes de esa fecha.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Madam Interpreter.
You're very welcome, Your Honor. Have a good morning.
You too. Okay, I believe that's actually all we have on our docket this morning. So, all right, thank you, folks. Thank you, Mr. Bear. We'll be in recess until 2 o'clock for some bond hearing.
Judge, I believe Ms. Hernandez will be covering.
Okay, very good. Sorry?
Who's doing the IAs?
That is a good question. I think Judge Karsten?
Your Honor, if you could kindly provide the interpreter a case number, please.
Of course, it's 20 CT 1654.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Buenas tardes, caballero.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you were arrested based on an allegation of DUI.
Señor, usted fue arrestado por una alegación de conducir bajo los efectos.
I have read the charging affidavit.
He leído la affidavit de cargos.
You find probable cause for your arrest.
Determino que hay motivo fundado para su arresto.
Will appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent your interests.
El tribunal va a asignar las oficinas al defensor público para representar sus intereses.
Court sets bond in your case in the amount of $1,000.
Programamos la fianza en el caso suyo en $1,000.
As a condition of bond, you are not to consume any alcohol.
Como condición de su libertad o su fianza no se le permite ingerir alcohol.
You are not to drive without a valid driver's license.
Y no se le permite conducir a que no sea que tenga licencia válida de conducir. Okay.
Next court date is still in jail, July 16. If out, August 3rd in courtroom 5B at 8:30 a.m.
Próxima comparecencia 6 de... I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, what's the next date if still in jail?
July 16.
Thank you. Próxima comparecencia 16 de julio si permanece detenido. 3 de agosto en la sala 5B a las 8:30 si está en libertad.
Perdón.
Excuse me.
Your next court date, if still in jail, is July 16th. If out, August 3rd in courtroom 5B at 8:30 a.m.
Su próxima comparecencia si permanece detenido 16 de julio, si está bajo libertad 3 de agosto, sala 5B a las 8:30.
Okay.
Okay.
Para mí ya pagaron la fianza, creo.
I believe they've already paid the bond for me.
All right, if they've posted the bond, then perhaps that is in the works, and once that's posted, you should be released on this.
Si ya le pagaron la fianza, se lo están tramitando y tan pronto eso lo determine, le darán su libertad.
Okay, gracias.
Okay, thank you.
Leodani Perez,
PD approved.
Mr. Interpreter, this is 20 CT 1655.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perez.
Buenas tardes, señor Pérez. Good afternoon.
Mr. Perez, you were arrested based on an allegation of operating a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license and leaving the scene of an accident with property damage.
Señor Pérez, usted fue arrestado bajo una alegación de operar un vehículo motorizado sin tener licencia de conducir y fugarse de la escena de un accidente donde existen daños a propiedad.
The court is going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent your interests.
El tribunal va a asignar las oficinas del defensor público para defender sus intereses
Probable cause for your arrest.
y determina qué motivo fundado para su arresto.
Bond's going to be set in the amount of $500 as to count one,
En el primer cargo programamos fianza en $500
and $500 as to count two.
y $500 en el segundo cargo.
Please pay attention to the next set of court dates.
Por favor, preste atención a las fechas que le voy a dar.
Next court date, if still in jail, July 16th. If out, July 24th in courtroom 4E at 11 a.m.
Si permanece detenido, su próxima comparecencia será el 16 de julio. Si está bajo libertad, 24 de julio, sala 4E a las 11 de la mañana. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
Mr. Interpreter, may we make an announcement?
Certainly, Your Honor. Su atención, por favor. Si hay alguna otra persona que necesite los servicios del intérprete, por favor, alce la mano en este momento.
Okay, we have one gentleman coming up to the podium. Good afternoon, sir. Please tell me your name.
Buenas tardes, caballero. Por favor, díganos su nombre.
Germán Vázquez.
Germán Vázquez.
He should be to the end of the file, Judge. PD approved.
Se le asignan las oficinas del defensor público.
Case number 2020 CF 1872.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
Mr. Vasquez, you were arrested based on 3 counts. Count 1 being battery, domestic violence related. Count 2 being battery, domestic violence related. Count 3 being resisting an officer without violence.
Usted fue arrestado en 3 cargos. El primero fue agresión, violencia doméstica. El segundo, igualmente, agresión, violencia doméstica. Y el tercero, resistir arresto sin violencia.
The court is going to find probable cause for your arrest.
El tribunal determina que hay motivo fundado para su arresto.
We're going to set bond in the amount of $500 plus pretrial release conditions.
Vamos a programar la fianza en $500 más condiciones de libertad provisional.
That will be $250 each on counts 1 and 2.
$250 de fianza en cada uno de los cargos, el 1 y el 2.
On count 3, your bond will be set in the amount of $1,000.
Y en el tercer cargo, la fianza se programa en $1,000.
As a condition of your pretrial release on counts 1 and 2, not to have contact with the alleged victims in this case.
Como condición de su libertad provisional en el cargo 1 y 2, no se le permitirá contacto con las presuntas víctimas en este caso.
You are not to return to the location where this occurred.
No puede regresar al lugar de los acontecimientos.
Do you have any personal belongings at the Divot Way address?
¿Usted todavía tiene artículos personales en la dirección de Divot Way?
Sí.
Yes.
Or will allow you to return one time to Divot Way to retrieve some personal belongings until this gets sorted out.
Le vamos a permitir que regrese una sola vez a la dirección de David Way para recopilar sus pertenencias personales mientras que se resuelva esto.
The court didn't previously announce that I will appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent your interests.
Como había dicho anteriormente, el tribunal le asigna las oficinas del defensor público para representarlo.
Your Honor, could you clarify, I'm sorry, for the record, is this with law enforcement escort?
Yes.
Y para que conste, cuando regrese a la dirección tiene que ser acompañado por un oficial del orden público. Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. We'll announce some new court dates here.
Señor, le vamos a dar unas próximas fechas de comparecencia.
Next court date on demand.
Próxima comparecencia cuando sea ordenado.
Thank you, sir.
¿Hay alguien más que necesite el intérprete? Por favor, alce la mano.
No one else, Your Honor.
Seeing no hands, thank you for your assistance, Mr. Interpreter.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Have a good afternoon.
Gregory Faison?
PD approved.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, you were arrested based on an allegation of battery domestic violence related. I have read the charging affidavit, and I do find probable cause for your arrest. I'm going to set bond in your case in the amount of $500 plus pretrial release.
He does not qualify for a PTR, Judge. He has an active warrant out of Tampa.
Okay. All right, sounds like there's an active warrant for you out of Tampa, and they're going to need to come get you. As a condition of your bond, you're not to have any contact with, I think it was Tanitha. You're not to return to the 4698 Earl Bronson, not to possess any or consume any alcohol. You're not to possess any firearms. I don't know if you're going anywhere, but do you have any personal belongings at that Earl Bronson address?
No, sir, not that I know of. I have my clothes there, but I don't know if she took them or not.
Okay. All right. I don't know if they're still there or not. If you happen to bond out by taking care of your Hillsborough County warrant, I'll allow you to return one time with law enforcement to get your personal property.
Yes.
Okay. New court dates?
Next court date is still in jail, July 16. If out, August 3rd in courtroom 5B at 8:30 a.m.
Good luck to you. Thanks.
So I have to bond out first before I get sent back to Tampa?
I'm not sure. I
He
would.
will have to pay the bonds, and then he'll be transported to Tampa. There is a detainer for him to be transported.
Okay. Sounds like there's a detainer out of Tampa, so either you sit with us or you sit with them. I don't know what's going on over there, but the $500 bond would take care of your release in this county.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks. Good luck. Renard Fayal.
PD approved.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Fayal, you were arrested on 3 allegations. One was trespass on property, one was a fray, and one was resisting an officer without violence for something that I guess happened down at the fun spot. I read the charging affidavit, and I do find probable cause for your initial arrest. Officer Okendo, it's indicating there's some other legal constraint. What's you got?
Yes, Judge. The defendant has a detainer for a warrant out of Georgia. There's full extradition on that for charges of burglary.
All right. You got a problem up in Georgia, Mr. Fayal, that they have issued a detainer and an extradition request for you. I'm going to set bond in your cases with us. Bond in count 1 will be set in the amount of $300. As to count 2, I'm going to lower that to $500, and count 3, I'm going to lower that to $500 for a total bond of $1,300, and I will appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent your interest. And we're going to give you a new set of court dates.
Next court date is still in jail, July 16. If out, August 3rd in courtroom 5B at 8:30 a.m.
Your attorney will come out and talk to you about that Georgia deal. All right?
Somebody finna come talk to me?
Yeah, I just appointed the Office of the Public Defender for you, and they're going to be talking to you about your case.
Okay.
All right, good luck. Clem Jackson?
PD approved.
Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson, you were arrested based on an allegation of battery, domestic violence related. I did read the charging affidavit and found probable cause. I'm going to get the Office of the Public Defender on board to assist you in this process. We're going to set bond the amount of $500. Wait a minute, you're out on bail somewhere. Officer Okendo?
Yes, Judge, he's out on bond out of St. Johns County here in Florida for a charge of driving license suspended subsequent offense. He also has an active warrant out of Tennessee, but there's no extradition out of that.
Thank you, Officer Okendo. I'm not going to take any action on your driving charge out of the other county. I'm going to set bond in your case here. PTR won't take him with an...
He does not qualify, Judge, due to the open cases.
All right, thanks. I'm going to set bond in your case in the amount of $500. Your conditions of bond is that you will have no contact with Tiffany, and will you stay in here, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, sir.
All right.
We was on vacation.
On vacation? You still got belongings at the West 192 address?
Yes, sir. She said that she was gonna call and let y'all know that I could come back, and they said they were gonna do the no hostile.
Yes, sir. I see the notes that when pretrial release talked to her, it was still her wishes that she have no contact, and without any sworn testimony, I am going to issue no contact. You can change that later in front of your trial judge on a sworn written request or a hearing, but at this point, you're not having any contact with her. I'm going to let you get back to that property one time with law enforcement so you can get your personal belongings and hopefully get on home. And if you wish to modify those conditions of bond, you'll need to petition your trial judge, and I don't know who that's going to be at this point. Do you know who that's going to be?
If still in jail, July 16, but his next arraignment date wouldn't be until July 24th.
Okay. All right, so you're bondable, no contact. You can't go back to that property except one time to get some personal belongings until this gets sorted out. You understand?
Yes, sir. So
All right.
She said when I get out, it's July 24th,
That she'll have.
next court date.
Yep,
Okay.
that's correct.
If still in jail, July 16th. If out, July 24th in courtroom 4E at 11 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Assistant Public Defender, did I appoint the officer?
Yes.
All right, good day. Lucian Lamote?
PD approved.
Can you pronounce your last name for me?
Lamoth.
Lamoth.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lamoth. Mr. Lamoth, you were arrested based on an allegation of battery, domestic violence related. I took a look at the charging affidavit, and I did find probable cause for your initial arrest. We're going to issue a bond in the amount of $250 with pretrial release conditions. You're not to have any contact with the alleged victim. You're not to return to the enclave court address until this gets sorted out. You got some personal belongings there?
Yes, sir. That's where I was living.
Okay.
All my belongings are there.
Okay. Well, I'm going to allow you to return one time with law enforcement to get some personal belongings to tide you over until this gets sorted out. You're not going to be able to stay there.
Yes, sir.
And I will appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent your interests, and we'll give you some new court dates.
Next court date if still in jail, July 16th. If out, July 24th in courtroom 4E at 11 a.m.
Hey, I'm sorry. Do you mind repeating the bond for me?
Yeah, sure. It's $250 plus pretrial release conditions. So you'll be on pretrial release and post a bond, and you'll check in with them. And remember, no contact, no return, okay?
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Freddie Melendez.
PD approved.
Your Honor, we have a probable cause argument for this.
All right, thanks. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Melendez, you were arrested based on allegations of battery on a firefighter resisting an officer without violence, battery, domestic violence related ×2, and a charge of attempted murder. As to the battery on the law enforcement officer resisting an officer without violence and battery charges, I do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent your interests. They have reviewed your charging affidavit and wish to present a challenge as to the probable cause on the allegation of attempted murder. Counsel,
Yes,
when
Your
you're ready.
Honor. Thank you. Defense would like to argue that there was no evidence that the defendant intended to murder the alleged victim in this case. None of the statements from the witnesses indicated a mindset that he intended to go any further than battery. What the police witnessed, according to the affidavit, alleges that he was committing, at the very least, a felony battery, but I would argue that there was not enough evidence to charge with attempted murder.
State's response.
Yes, Judge, I would note that there are multiple witnesses who do indicate that they observed the defendant choke holding the victim. The victim himself indicated that he was afraid that if law enforcement didn't arrive, he wouldn't have stopped. Law enforcement does indicate when they arrived, the victim was unconscious on the floor with his eyes pulled back, I do believe, for purposes of probable cause determination. There is more than enough in the charging affidavit. I would also note, Judge, that I'm not sure if the statute is actually correct. It lists the attempt statute only, so I would be requesting a reset to get that corrected.
All right, at this point, I would find that the record evidence before the court is insufficient to establish probable cause. There has been a request pursuant to statute for a 24-hour reset period to allow the state of Florida to gather additional evidence should they choose to do that. That request is going to be granted. I'm going to set bond in the first four counts. Bond in count 1 is going to be set in the amount of $1,000. As to the second count, resisting an officer without violence, bond will remain at $1,000. As to the 2 battery counts, bond will be set in the amount of $500 each. The conditions of bond being Mr. Melendez is to have no contact with the alleged victims and not to return where this occurred, which is the 4529 West Earl Bronson 207 address. The court is going to keep Mr. Melendez without bond until tomorrow, and the court will expect a presentation from the state of additional information should they wish to attempt to establish probable cause. We're going to give you some new, well, we're going to see you tomorrow, Mr. Melendez.
Okay.
All right. I'll be able to reset. Pedro Pena. Good afternoon, Mr. Pena. We have a witness. Good afternoon, ma'am. Your name, please?
Alicia Snyder.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Schneider. We're going to place you under oath.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah, I do.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Snyder. The court, in its email, received correspondence from you. I will print that out and make that part of this record in the court file. You have been sworn. Well, what information would you like me to know?
I just wanted to know if the charges could be dropped and if we could have contact because there was no incident. He got arrested over false accusations.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions, Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes, Judge, did you call 911?
No.
And are you afraid of the defendant?
Absolutely not.
And has this ever happened before?
No, never.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. We'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent Mr. Pena's interest. Any questions from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you for that information, Nick. All right, Mr. Pena, I have read the charging affidavit. I do find probable cause for your initial arrest. It was based on a bystander's complaint to law enforcement that observed some things, taking those allegations as true, which I must at this point, the court does find probable cause for your arrest. As to this case, I'm going to set bond in the amount of $500. You're to have, no. Let's have our witness come on back up to the podium. If you will. The court is considering issues of contact. You had made a request both in your correspondence with the court by email and here in open court. Your sworn testimony to have contact with Mr. Pena. Do you have any fear of Mr. Pena?
Absolutely not.
Right. And have there been any prior incidents of domestic violence?
No, there hasn't.
You understand that no contact is the most protection that the court can afford. You are listed as the alleged victim in this case, and were the court to allow no hostile contact, pretty much everything's in the honor system, and it would be incumbent on you to contact law enforcement if the court allowed contact. You understand that?
So there will be contact?
I just want you to understand that should I consider that,
Yes, I understand.
that's a lesser amount of protection that the court can afford to you. All right, it's my understanding that you are expecting?
Yes. And he does all my grocery shopping, picks up my medication. I'm disabled, and this was like a risk for me to even come here. I don't like to leave the house because of COVID-19. I don't like to risk myself or the baby.
Understand. Any follow-up questions either side? No? All right,
No questions, Judge.
all right, thank you. All right, thank you, ma'am.
Judge, if I may, I will note, and maybe PTR can assist, he does have an open case in Orange County that has been filed on, and that is an aggravated assault with another charge, and he has a secondary case where he's out on bond that's also an aggravated assault with a firearm.
Yeah, we're going to talk about those cases in a minute. So as to this case, the court is going to set bond. Bond will be set. Did I already set a bond amount?
You said $500, Judge.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna amend that order based on the level of the charge. Bond will be just a first-degree felony.
Yes, sir.
State. Bond will be set in the amount of $7,500. Is to have no hostile contact with the alleged victim, and they may not cohabitate at the same location. Mr. Pena, you are bondable on this case. Unfortunately, you're out on bond and have a pending case in 2020 CF 5926 and 2020 CF 5931. You not only violated, or there's probable cause to believe you violated your bonds in that case by possessing a weapon in 2020 CF 5926.
Never had a weapon, Your Honor. I don't know what. There was never a weapon found. I let the officers go in the house. I don't understand why. This is my second time being in trouble ever. And I keep being charged for false accusations because nothing has ever been found. Nothing at all. I really don't know what's going on. I just want to be with my son. I'm going to have a newborn, and I've never been in trouble before that. And it's just the honest truth.
Mr. Pena, I don't discount what you're saying. I'm meeting you for the first time. The alleged victim has come in and testified very straightforward and eloquently in court, but I've got you out on two separate felony bonds out of Orange County and probable cause to believe that you have committed yet another felony allegation. So your bonds in 2020 CF 5926 and 2020 CF 5931 are going to be revoked. Be set at none. And if you wish to amend that order, you can get in front of your trial judges over there.
And what is going to be my bond for today?
Bond in this case is $7,500 plus no hostile contact with Alicia Snyder, and you guys may not.
Is there any way, I mean, if you can take it, Your Honor, I'm having a kid. Is there any way you guys can just put the bond a little bit less, please? I would really appreciate it.
I understand your position. It's not an unreasonable request, but you're bondable on the case that is in my county, and I'm revoking your bond on the Orange County case.
Next court date on demand.
Good luck.
I would also be requesting an order for no weapons or firearms, considering there was a weapon involved in this case.
It was an allegation of a knife in this case. It was an allegation in the knife in the Orange County case as well. Neither knife was recovered, but it appears that there's probable cause to believe that condition of bond was violated, and the court will also order in our case that he's not to possess any weapons or firearms. Thank you. This can conclude our hearing. Thank
Once
you.
again, you said the bond is 7,000, right?
On our case, you have no bond on your Orange County cases. We need to sort that out with them.
So I can't get out on a bond today?
If you post the bond in Orange County, in Osceola County, you will not be released based on the revocation of your Orange County bonds.
I'm still staying in jail then?
That is correct.
Until when?
Until you can get in front of your Orange County judges and make that determination. I've appointed the Office of the Public Defender to represent your interests. They're aware of the issue, and they will file the appropriate motions in Orange County.
And if I get up a private lawyer at this moment right now, and am I gonna be able to come out today or no?
No. No, you need to file the motions, the appropriate motions in Orange County.
We're both living alone, Your Honor. This is.
Mr. Pena, our hearing is over. I've been patient with you. I understand that you disagree with my decision. Miguel Sanabria?
PD approved.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sanabria. Mr. Sanabria, you were arrested based on an allegation of aggravated battery on a pregnant person. I have reviewed your affidavit. I do find probable cause for your arrest. The court's going to set bond the amount of $5,000 in your case. You're to have no contact with
Misty White.
Misty White. And did this occur, State, at the location where Ms. White lives?
Yes, Judge.
All right, thanks. You're not to return to the Montego Bay Boulevard address. You may return one time with law enforcement to get some personal belongings, and at this point, you're not to have any contact with Ms. White. I will appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent your interests. Thank you.
Next court date on demand.
Truman White?
PD approved.
Good afternoon, Mr. White. Mr. White, you were arrested based on 2 allegations depriving means of communication and criminal mischief. I reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find probable cause. The court is going to set bond in your case. Count 1, the amount of $1,000 is to count 2, in the amount of $250 for a total bond amount of $1,250. And the court will appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent your interests. Is he currently on probation?
He's out on probation for Polk County, Judge. Still active until June 2025. Charges of grand theft and defrauding financial businesses.
All right. I'm not going to take any action on your Polk County probation, but if you don't report this arrest to them upon your release, you may violate. So you may want to reach out to your PO. All right. Good luck.
Next court date on demand.
Jamie Wilson?
PD approved.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson, you were arrested based on an allegation of felony battery. Was this domestic violence related or not? Let me take a look.
I believe the alleged victim lives in the same house, sounds like.
I believe it's her cousin's husband.
All right, thanks. Mr. Wilson, the court is going to set bond in your case in the amount of $1,000. As a condition of your bond, you're to have no contact with the victim in this case. You're not to return to the house. Do you have some personal belongings there at the house?
Yeah, I live there, yeah.
Okay. I'll allow you to return one time with law enforcement to get some personal belongings to tide you over until this gets sorted out, and I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent your interests.
Next court date on demand.
Your Honor, can I say something?
I'm sure your newly appointed attorney would prefer that you didn't if it was about the facts of the case, but I'm happy to hear you out.
Yeah, I just, I was made aware that maybe the bond would be able to be thrown out, you know. I don't really have I don't have a criminal record at all. I was just wondering if that come across the desk as a possibility or anything.
I've got a couple options. One is releasing on your own recognizance. I will not do that on crimes that allege violence. The second is the pretrial release program. They have evaluated you and determined that you do not qualify for pretrial release based on the level of the offense. So my third option is to grant you a bond that's reasonable, and $1,000 on a felony allegation of a battery is I'm going to find is reasonable based on the facts that I read. So it'll be a $1,000 bond. You can discuss that with a bondsman. There's probably some bondsmen that'll work with you. The important part of that bond is you're not having any contact and you can't go back there except one time with law enforcement, okay?
Your Honor, when will I be able to talk to a bondsman, do you know?
I think once you have access to some communications in the jail, and which they will provide you, you reach out to a bondsman. I'm sure some of you.
If somebody posts bond for me today, I can get out of jail?
Yeah, you're bondable.
I'm bonded?
You're bondable, but you need to post the bond.
Okay, I got you. All right, appreciate it, Your Honor.
All right, yes, sir. Good luck. All right, we have two cases, 2020 CF 1867 Flores, that I understand is currently, looks like Flores Laura Fuente, currently in the hospital. We reset that, give it a shot tomorrow. And Patrick Fenn, did Mr.
I have him here, Your Honor.
Mr. Fenn's here?
Yes, he is.
All right, thanks.
PD approved.
Judge, Mr. Fenn, he was given direct PTR on count 2 yesterday. He refuses pretrial release. We're requesting for a bond in that count.
All right, thanks. Good afternoon, Mr. Fenn.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Fenn, apparently the judge tried to give you PTR yesterday, and you weren't really cooperating with them, so they're out of ideas, and so am I. I read the charging affidavit. There was 2 allegations. One was resisting an officer without violence. The second was trespassing an occupied structure. I'm going to give you bonds on both counts. Bond in count 1 will be $500, and count 2 will be $500, and I will appoint the officer of the public defender to represent.
They told me I was supposed to do PTO.
Right, pretrial release?
Yes.
That's the option that you would have.
They never came.
All right, let me find out some information from Mr. Akin.
I sat in here for 2 days.
Yes, Judge, our PTR officer spoke with the defendant on yesterday, and the defendant here became combative.
I told them I lived there.
Argumentative, and our PTR officer was not able to get information out of this defendant. So he refused to be placed on pretrial release. He refused.
I told them I lived there at that address.
He refused the risk.
I have an ID with that address on it with my dreadlocks.
To be completed yesterday, Judge.
All right. Mr. Fenn, if I
walked 74 miles from the airport to get back to the house.
All right. If I send pretrial release out, will you do the things that they ask you to do if you will?
Of course, I will do anything you ask of me. I just asked to get back into my bed.
Oh, okay. Here's what we're going to do, Mr. Fenn. I'm going to give you an either or. Either I'll release you on pretrial release, or you will be bondable, and your bond amount on both counts, I'm going to lower that down to $250 on each count. So it's a $500 bond, or if you comply with what pretrial release asks you to do, you'll be released on pretrial release. Is that fair?
That's fair. PTO.
All right. Good deal. And that will be on your paperwork. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you.
Are you still ordering the conditions of no return, Judge, or?
Yes.
Yes.
All the same conditions.
Your Honor, just give me a few minutes, I'll have the females brought up.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And we'll take our sign language interpreter case.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please. Madam Interpreter, thank you for your patience. Apparently, your client is in a quarantined area that we have to bring separately. Be off the record. Madam Interpreter? This is Miss Danica Tuma. Good afternoon, Miss Tuma. Good afternoon, Miss Tuma. Ms. Tuma, you were arrested based on an allegation of resisting an officer without violence, possessing drug paraphernalia, and possessing a controlled substance. Based on the allegations, you need to listen. I know you want to discuss the facts of your case, but now's not the time for that. What I want you to do is I want to appoint an attorney for you so you can discuss all of your concerns with the attorney before you place it on the record. Does that make sense? All right. I do find probable cause for the allegations. I'm going to amend your bond in count 1 to an ROR. That means you'll be released on your own recognizance as to that count. As to count 2, the possession of drug paraphernalia, I will set your bond in the amount of $500. Oops. She meets criteria for pretrial release?
She does, Judge. We just have one concern. It'll be about communicating with the defendant. We don't know if she can, if she has one of those special lines for,
Before I answer that question, let me ask the pretrial release officer if you qualify for pretrial release.
Judge, according to the charges, she does. We will inquire if the defendant has any means to report to pretrial release by phone with one of those special phone lines for the hearing impaired. Right now, we are unable to get any information from this defendant due to the communication issue. We do not have a sign language personnel there at the jail. So as far as charges, she does qualify. I don't know how successful will she be if she's not able to report or give us the necessary information.
Your Honor, if I may. Would you consider ROR for all charges based on her inability to, and the nonviolent nature of the charges?
Judge, a brief look at her history, on what I can see, it just looks like it's driving related. I don't have a position.
Ms. Tuma, do you have a stable residence? All right, the court finds that Ms. Tuma is charged with a non-violent felony offense, does not appear to have a lengthy criminal history. That pretrial release would be difficult. Based on circumstances outside of the defendant's control. The court will grant an ROR, release on own recognizance, as to each count. Ms. Tuma, you will be responsible for making sure that you come to court when you are requested. You will also be responsible for updating your address with the clerk of the court. If they can, you're going to need to find that information online or come down to the courthouse once you have a stable residence. Do you find probable cause for all three of the counts, and will appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent your interests if I have not previously appointed them? Understood. Understood.
Next court date on demand.
Send a letter, any kind of court date that communicates with my sister's house in Miami, and she could let me know what time and what day and all of that, and then I will talk.
Do you want to give us that address here in open court?
Well, it's on my driver's license, on my driver's license. Oh, I need my driver's license, I don't remember it.
Oh, her permanent address is in Miami.
You have it?
15 Southwest, 106 Lane, Miami, Florida, 308.
Yes, that's it, yes.
That will be the address that your paperwork will go. If that address changes, you must change it with the clerk.
My sister will let me know. I will, I promise.
Good luck to you.
So I'm free to go?
You'll soon as they process the paperwork, you will be released on your own recognizance.
Oh, yes, that's what I mean. So I'm released to go out. So my question is, when I'm released, then I will let my sister know that you're going to send all the paperwork there, my court appointment and everything. And then what's the next step after that?
That's a question for your attorney, ma'am.
The Public Defender's Office will be in touch. The Public
And
Defender's
you're-
Office will be in touch.
Public Defender's Office will contact you.
We'll send mail.
Call my sister and my sister.
Okay.
All right. You need the phone number for my sister?
Sure.
Okay. 305. 479.
4, 7, 9, 8,
0, 0.
Thank you.
We have it, thank you.
My sister and my brother-in-law is a police officer, so we are to communicate that way.
Thank you. That will conclude our hearing.
We're done.
I'm asking.
No.
I'll give you some paperwork.
The judge said you're done. No.
Madam Interpreter, thank you.
Yeah, you are. You're finished. The judge said your word. Okay, we'll sit down.
Roberta Phillips. Good afternoon, Ms. Phillips.
Hello.
Ms. Phillips, you were arrested based on a warrant by Judge Whitehead indicating no bond for failing to appear at drug court. I have reviewed the warrant. Judge Whitehead has already found probable cause for that warrant, issued no bond. You're going to remain on no bond until you can get in front of Judge Whitehead. Do we know when Judge Whitehead's next available date is?
Next court date, July 17th, in courtroom 3D at 2 p.m.
I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent your interests, and if they need to get you in front of Judge Whitehead, or
When is the
can,
next available court date?
July 17th at 2 p.m.
July 17th?
that's correct. So the Office of the Public Defender has been appointed, and if there's a way to get you in front of Judge Whitehead before then, or one of the admin judges out here, they'll know how to do that.
Yeah, I'd like to see him before then because I was put on drug court in June of last year, and I went to Seminole, and I thought that the time that I ran in Seminole was running with the Orange, and that it was all related back to Osceola.
I understand, and that may be persuasive to Judge Whitehead if we can get you in front of him, but it's his warrant, so I'm not going to amend the bond amount, and you need to sort that out with him.
So that's over a month away?
No. That's
2 weeks.
about 10
2
days
weeks.
from now.
Yep.
11 days.
11 days?
Yeah, it's July.
All right, thank you.
All right, good luck. Rihanna Hughes.
PD approved.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hughes.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Hughes, you were arrested based on an allegation of battery, domestic violence related. I took a look at the charging affidavit, and I do find probable cause for your initial arrest. She does not qualify for PTR based on the offense?
It'll be with bonds, Judge.
It'll be what?
With bonds.
Based on the de minimis nature of the allegations, the court's going to set bond in the amount of $100 plus pretrial release conditions. Has there been any contact?
No, just with my mother. My mother, when I called her yesterday, she told me that my brother had left the house, that he's not coming back.
Judge, we were not able to contact the victim at this time.
All right. Ms. Hughes, here's what I'm going to do. You're to have no hostile contact with your brother. You guys are not to cohabitate. So if he's still at the house, you can't be there. You understand?
Understood.
Judge, would you like PTR to verify that the victim has moved so we can properly
Yes, please.
advise the defendant? Thank you.
All right. Pretrial release is going to reach out to, I guess, your mom and try and verify the whereabouts of your brother just to make sure that you can go back to the Blount Court address, and I will appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent your interests.
Okay, what do I do from here?
You're bondable. You have a $100 bond, and pretrial release is going to come out and talk to you and get the rest of the information.
Okay.
All right. Please remember, have no hostile contact with your brother. That means no verbal fights, no physical fights.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Next court date is still in jail, July 16th, if out. July 23rd in courtroom 4E.
Thank you. Xiomara Vargas.
PD approved.
Good afternoon, Ms. Vargas.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Vargas, you were arrested based on an allegation that you have violated a no-contact order. That no-contact order, I believe, is out of 2020 MM1580.
Yes, only return to the address.
Hold on just a sec. Let me stop you here. I know you want to tell me your side of the story. I'm going to appoint a attorney for you. The Office of the Public Defender is going to be appointed at this time, and I'm sure they would prefer that you not tell me about the facts of the case because you might say something that puts you in a worse position, but I will hear you out with that understanding. So anything else that you wanted me to know, or would you rather run it by your attorney?
No, I just returned to the address because she moved out, and I also live in that address, so she no longer lived there, so I thought it was okay for me to return.
All right, that may be a defense to your case, and the Public Defender's Office will be exploring that. Give me just a sec. Right, I'm going to grant a bond in our case, that's 2020 CF 1871. Bond's going to be set in the amount of $1,000. You're to have no contact with Kiera LaSalle.
Can I ask a question? Can I return to my address, or I'm still not allowing there? She no longer lives there. She moved out.
If the court, will PTR take this with bond? Or it doesn't qualify?
Unfortunately not, Judge, because she's already out on bond with PTR.
She was on PTR on 2020 MM1580.
That's correct, Judge. Yeah. I do not recall what was all the conditions of this 20 mm 1580. Maybe on that case, a condition could have been given of verifying if the victim had moved. I just don't have the conditions of that case. But if the judge is not going to take any action on 20 mm 1580, as a courtesy, maybe PTR can verify on that case if the victim has moved.
Judge, on the 2020 MM1580, the release of PTR, contact, no return, and may return one time on and do not possess weapons or firearms.
I don't know, I guess I will require amending the previous order. I do see a victim notification card given to us by law enforcement, by the sheriff's department. The address listed for Kiara Messiah is 809 Knollwood Drive in Davenport.
All right, here's what the court's going to do. As to the new offense, I had previously announced, what, $1,000 bond? Yeah. $1,000 bond. A condition of that bond is no contact with Kiara LaSalle, and you may not obviously cohabitate if there's contact. So if Ms. LaSalle is at that 4529 West Earl Bronson room, you may not have no contact. I don't know how you're going to find that out, because if you have contact with her to find out whether she's there or not, you're in violation of your.
And then
I
you
know
actually
the
previous-
manager from the property, he will let me know if it's okay for me to come home.
I just want to put the record that the previous order thus says do not return. It could be a problem with that.
I'm going to revoke pretrial release on the other case, and I'm going to set bond in the amount of $1,000 as to the first case in 2020 MM 1580. The conditions of bond that you are not to have contact with Kiara LaSalle, and you are not to cohabitate, obviously, because you can't have contact.
So what's the new bond for the 20 mm 1580, Judge?
1,000.
Is there multiple counts?
No, I believe.
There was 2 counts, Judge, a misdemeanor assault and a resisting.
Okay, $750 as to the resisting charge, $250 as to the assault charge. All right, so Ms. Vargas, you can't have contact with Ms. LaSalle, but I'm not going to prohibit you from room 209, but you're going to need to verify that Kiara is not there. Do you understand?
Yeah, I could verify that.
All right. Okay, should she arrive there while you're there, you cannot be there. Because you can't have contact. You understand?
Oh, no, the manager took her off the motel list. She can't go back there.
All right. Okay, that will be on your paperwork, and the court has appointed the Office of the Public Defender.
Next court date on demand. So Judge, just to verify for the misdemeanor case, the assault charge is 350 and the resisting is?
750, correct. Stephanie Yulee?
PD approved.
Hello, Ms. Yulee. Ms. Yulee, you were arrested based on an allegation of battery. I read the charging affidavit. I do find probable cause. Your bond is set in the amount of $500, not to have any contact with the victim. And you may not return to Alsace Court. Do you have personal belongings there?
Yes, but the lady that owns the home, she has another home that she can put me in until the, you know.
I'll allow you to go one time with law enforcement to get your personal belongings so you can make that move. You're also out on pretrial release on 2020 CF 1015 with my division. And
I go to pretrial conference next month for that.
mm-hmm. So I am going to revoke your bond or your pretrial release in 2020 CF 1015. I am going to set bonds in your case. You have a bond in the amount of $1,000 as to the first battery on a law enforcement officer, $1,000 as to the second battery on a law enforcement officer, and $1,500 as to the resisting an officer with violence or has probable cause to believe that you have committed a new law offense while out on PTR. So the court will revoke PTR, but I will sign bonds in those counts.
Next court date is still in jail, July 16th, if out, August 3rd, in courtroom 4A at 10:30 a.m.
And Your Honor, I don't believe you appointed the public defender for the new case.
For the new case, or we'll appoint the office of the public defender. Go ahead, Ms. Ewing. That do it for us, officer?
Yes, sir. I was just wondering, were you handling Judge Morgan's 2 o'clock?
No, you gotta, they'll switch you over.
I think we're going to switch you back over to Judge Morgan's.
Okay, thank you, sir. Did you call for him already, guys? Okay. Yes, ma'am. He's on his way down there. Thank you. Goodness, lamb. Hey, cuz, can you get Figueroa ready for me for court? Yeah, Earl will be done. Thanks, brother.
All right, we've got the jail feed, we just need the inmates. We're getting there.
Your Honor, they're on the way up. We just finished with first appearance.
Understood, no
Thank you,
problem.
sir.
No problem.
me a bikini. A Lamborghini.
Nice.
He goes, what color bikini do you want? He's going to be rich.
All right, good afternoon. This is Mr.
Marty Carrion.
Marty Carrion. All right, sir, if you'll state your name, please.
Pedro Lewis, Marty Carrion. Good afternoon.
Yeah, Mr. Marty Carrion is hearing cases 19 CF 2899 and 20 CF 845. We have present in the courtroom Assistant State Attorneys Green and Gonzalez. Correct? And Ms. Hernandez is appearing via Teams. We're here on Ms. Hernandez's motion for ROR, I believe.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yes, and the court gave me an email chain with Ms. Davila from drug court. So it looks like both these cases are referred to drug court.
That's correct, Your Honor. And since that chain it's not on that chain, but I did check benchmark, and Mr. Marty Carrion is set for drug court signing on July 17th.
Okay.
At 2 on both cases.
It appears he's,
At the time that I did file that motion, he did not have a contract signing date.
all right, State, did you wish to be heard?
Yes, Judge, and I do have a copy of his score sheet if Your Honor did want to see that. It does list a lengthy record on it. He had his bond revoked because of a new law violation. I would ask Your Honor to refer to the violation of probation affidavit, specifically with regards to failing to report his residences. Probation doesn't know where he's living. They've had issues contacting him. I believe giving him a bond, Judge, would set him up for failure, and we would probably lose the ability to get him to sign his drug contract. I would ask either that Your Honor deny it or have it heard after he signs it officially so that we can at least keep track of him. And that would be the state's position, Judge.
Mr. Marty Carrion, where would you be staying if you're not in jail?
Your Honor, I have two addresses.
I'm sorry?
Your Honor, I have two addresses. I have one with my father at Polo Clubs 2233 that was already approved by the probation officer. She already approved.
Where are you going to be living? It's just a simple question.
2233 Polo Clubs.
22.
33 Clubs, apartment 1A.
Oh, Polo Club Apartments, okay.
Or at my mother's house, I could live either or. 2318 St. Croix, she has a private house.
Okay.
I have a room in both.
Well, if you get out of jail, can you stay out of trouble?
Yes, sir.
You didn't do very well last time.
I know.
Okay. Well, the state's argument makes a lot of sense, but given the present conditions,
I'm requesting for this jail court on my own. I requested it to my lawyer.
well, I understood.
This is something
I'm going to go ahead and release you pending your next court hearing, which is July 17th at 1:30? July 17th at 2 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Now, if you don't show up,
I will.
that'd be another violation of your probation. That would also, you'd be in jail with no bond on both cases. And the opportunity to participate in drug court probably won't survive that, so make sure you show up.
Yes, sir.
All right, very well. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hernandez. You kind of froze up, but I assume you're still with us. Okay, then the next case we have is Mr. Figueroa.
Yes, sir. How you doing, Judge Morgan?
Good afternoon, Mr. Figueroa.
How you been?
I've been fine. How about you? Okay. Mr. Bano, are you with us? Yeah, we seem to have lost Mr. Bano. Mr. Bano? He's been patiently holding for a half hour on Teams.
I told the COs to bring me to the courtroom, but they didn't listen to me, so
Well,
there's nothing I can do. I tried.
there were other things going on, so
Yeah.
it's all good. We just need to get him back.
Hey, Judge Morgan. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but just hold on, Mr. Figueroa. Mr. Bano, I can see you on here, but your mic is muted.
Oh, yes, 1 second, Your Honor, 1 second.
Okay.
Let me try to read. There you go. What about now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, there we go.
Now I can see you.
All right.
Okay, then we're on record in case 19 CF 2612, State of Florida versus Osvaldo Figueroa. The defendant is present via the video link from the jail. The state is present, as well as Mr. Bano, the defense attorney. And we're here on a motion to set bond. Let's see. All right, Mr. Bano, you may proceed with your motion.
Oh, yes, Your Honor. I want to have some testimony from Mr. Figueroa.
All right, Mr. Figueroa, if you'll raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
State your name, sir.
Osvaldo Figueroa.
All right, Mr. Bano, you may proceed.
Yes, Mr. Figueroa, before you went to jail, where were you residing at?
Where I was residing at? With my sister Rosa Figueroa.
What county? What county were you residing in?
In Eustis County. Lake County.
I'm sorry? What county?
Lake County.
Lake County, okay.
Okay. And how long were you residing there for?
A couple of months. My wife just passed away and I moved out there.
Okay. Do you have any family members in Osceola County?
Yes, I have my brothers and my son.
Okay. Do you have any dependents or people that you take care of?
My son?
Your son?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you live before Lake County? Did you ever live in Osceola County?
I didn't hear you.
Before Lake County, did you ever live in Osceola County?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how long have you been in the Central Florida area, approximately?
20 years.
Okay. Do you, if you were to get out, would you be working, or what would you be looking for any jobs?
I'd be staying with my sister because I get SSI, I can't work. She's my caretaker.
Okay. And your sister lives in Lake County, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you promise to make any and all future court appearances?
Will I try to make my court appearances, you said?
Yes. Would you promise to make any and all future court appearances?
Yes, sir.
In the court
Oh, yeah.
before you give you a bond?
Yes, most definitely.
Okay. Do you have any prior, well, let's see. Does your sister have a means of transportation?
Yes, she does.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Do you have anything else to tell the court in support of the motions to set bond, Mr. Figueroa?
I didn't hear you.
ask you.
I couldn't hear him, Judge Morgan.
Was there anything else you want to say?
Yeah, Judge Morgan, I was gonna say, no, that my niece's 15th birthday is coming up, so you know, that's a quinceañera. And Latinos, we take that very serious. That's my religion. I'm hoping I can get this bond. I appreciate it.
All right, state any questions?
I guess just clarification, Mr. Osvaldo, where are you going, or Mr. Figueroa, where are you going to be living if you were released?
With my sister Rosa Figueroa, 10 Christian Lane, Eustis, Florida.
And that's in Lake County?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions, Judge.
Mr. Bano, how many of Mr. Figueroa's cases do you represent him on?
I was retained to represent him in the 2020 case and the 2019 case. I was made aware after the fact that there's another 2016 case that I did not know at the time, so I have to talk to his family about that. But currently, it's only the 2019 and the 2020 case.
All right. Any additional evidence or testimony, Mr. Bano?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. State any evidence or testimony?
No evidence or testimony, Judge, just argument.
Argument, Mr. Bano.
Your Honor, the court revoked the bond for Mr. Figueroa's 2019 case based on his arrest on the 2020 case. And our argument to the court is that the court has discretion to give him a bond, another bond, if the court so chooses. Mr. Figueroa has ties in the Central Florida area. He's been living here for about 20 years. He will be living in a stable environment with his sister in Lake County. As he testified to, he promised to make any and all future court appearances. His sister has a transportation. She can bring him to court. He has been, with the current COVID situation, on the 2019 case, the alleged victim is his son. My understanding of it is that there might be an issue for the state with a victim going forward against Mr. Figueroa. The problem is Mr. Figueroa cannot have a trial until at least we get out. From my current understanding of the Supreme Court order, there has to be 30 days after phase 2, and we're still going back to phase 1 in the Ninth Circuit. So he might be sitting there a while. before he resolves this case, and we think it's going to resolve in his favor due to the facts of the case, without going too much into the facts. So for that reason, we're asking the court to consider granting Mr. Figueroa a reasonable bond on the 2019 case.
State, Commissioner Harris.
Yes, Judge. And I'm not sure if Your Honor wants me to recite the procedural history. My understanding that Your Honor is very familiar with this case. So I will just note that he was found competent on May 1st, 2020 by Your Honor. We had previously been here before on a motion to release the defendant, at which point state made multiple arguments, including the fact that the defendant has not stopped committing violent felonies, at which point he has committed one again when he was arrested March 21st, 2020. All of these cases are still pending. I would object to the defendant being released on bond. Again, I have a score sheet present. It has been sent to the defense. I'm not sure if it's been sent to Mr. Bono since he was recently retained, but he is scoring 47 months approximately in DOC. Judge, I would argue that, again, the defendant's felonies are violent in nature. He has been found competent. Therefore, there's no reason to provide him with a bond if he's already committed 2 new law offenses as of 2016. And that would be the state's argument, Judge.
Can I see the score sheet?
And Judge, that is a global score sheet. It does include the 2016 case.
I haven't seen that score sheet. Was that sent recently by the state, or can I get an email copy of that as well? I'm looking at my email. I don't think I received any score sheets unless there's a date. Wait, let me see. See anything?
Were you able to email Mr. Bono a score sheet?
Yes, Judge. I was just looking for it. It's not my case, but
Okay.
I will send it to him. It doesn't look like they've updated who the attorney is either. So I'll take it.
Bonolow@gmail is my email, in case you need it.
It should be sent now.
Okay. You should be getting it.
Check. I just got it. I can have 1 second to look at it.
Sure.
first thing I'd like to say is it says your primary, from what I see here, 2020 CF 901, that's a new case for which Mr. Figueroa has not been convicted of.
He hadn't been convicted. He hasn't been convicted of any of the cases that are listed as primary or additional offenses. This is just informational. This is what he would score if he were convicted of everything that's presently pending against him.
And then there's some cases from 1980. It's the first time I'm looking at this. Some cases from 1995 from Miami, and then there's some 80. I saw something from like the 80s. So I would need to look at the judgment sentences and so forth to make sure that everything adds up. I think it was 86. That's from 95. So I would, I don't know the accuracy of the score sheet, Judge. Just my argument is that the stuff that's here, that's if he were to be convicted of everything, and I understand he scores prison. But in light of the COVID situation, he may not get a trial anytime soon, especially this 2019 case. I know he has a bond on the 2020 case, but this is the case that, based on me looking at preliminarily, I think he has the better shot of a not guilty, and he might be sitting in jail for some prolonged period of time until he gets his day in court through a trial. The victim in this case is his own son. And from my understanding, I don't think the victim is willing to go forward against him at trial if we were to set it for trial. So I anticipate this is going to resolve in a favorable way, and the issue is him sitting in jail for whatever it takes to get to that trial date.
Okay, State, I'm missing the page on the score sheet that shows the actual score. I've got 3 pages. There we go. Okay. Well, this is the situation we have. Mr. Figueroa does have some mental health issues, although he is presently competent to proceed, and the court appreciates that may inform some of or may have contributed to some of prior offenses. But I'm looking at this prior record. He's got, it appears, about 11 prior felony convictions and approximately the same number of prior misdemeanor convictions, plus 3 prior violations of probation. He was out on release in a number of cases when he allegedly committed the robbery and battery that constituted the charges in case 20 CF 901. And Judge Wooten, at initial appearance, revoked the conditional release in cases 19 CT 2198, 17 MM 1000, and 19 CF 2612. Apparently, they overlooked, or it wasn't brought to his attention, that he was out in case 16 CF 4207 as well. Given the fact that he was out on conditional release and is alleged to have committed a crime of violence, I'm going to deny the motion to set bond at this time. Thank you, Mr. Figueroa.
So I may be excused.
Yes, have a good day. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
That's it.
Okay, yeah, that's it.
Judge Morgan, that's it?
That's it, sir. Yes, sir.
I can't get my bond?
No, sir.
Thanks, sir. Have a good evening.
Thank you, you too. Ms. Tate, I have your score sheet. I kind of scribbled on one of the days. I apologize. I guess it might be raining, huh? All right, that's all we have, so thank you all. We'll be in recess till tomorrow morning at Wednesday morning? Nothing tomorrow?
What do you have scheduled for tomorrow that you've forgotten?
What's that?
Do you have anything scheduled for tomorrow that you probably forgot about?
No, I don't know. Just go where you all tell me to.
And there's nothing.
If you don't tell me to be here, then I guess I won't be here. Thank you. And have a good day tomorrow. I'll see you on Wednesday.
Bye, Judge.
Bye.
Have a good afternoon.
You too.
I have to keep it on the calendar. You would be here on the 3rd. It's a holiday. You'll be here tomorrow. It does it automatically, huh?